Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 Rowing New South Wales Reindeer Regatta. Thank you for joining us on what is a very early start this morning. We don't normally get things underway at 7 a.m, but some forecasted pretty high temperatures for later this afternoon. So we're getting the majority of the racing in underway, hopefully, before things become a little bit unbearable out there. On that note, we do have, obviously, the potential for the heat management system to come into play today. It is, at the moment, pretty manageable out there. A beautiful 19.9 degrees and hardly a breath of wind. We are forecasted to see temperatures up in the 40s. Please make sure you keep across our social media and the Rowing New South Wales website and the text alerts for any changes that might happen there. Once things start creeping up into the mid-30s, we will start implementing heat alerts, which will have different ramifications based on the temperatures, but the important ones above 35, we may see some event suspensions or cancellations in the under 16s. Year 8 and 9 schools, C and D grade and masters. Above 38, those events will be cancelled or suspended. And above 43, we see all racing cancelled or suspended under the heat management plan, which is available on the Rowing New South Wales website. But for now, we are underway with our first race of the day, the Women's Masters 8. 3 crews from North Shore Rowing Club on the course over in lanes 3, 4 and 6. The crews in 3 and 4 going off an 18-second handicap, and they've just got underway very quickly after the Abbotsford crew in lane 5, who were going off a 14-second handicap. But on the screen now, if you can see the big screen, or if you are one of the 17 people joining us on the live stream, hello to you. And you'll see on the screen there the North Shore crew who went off starters orders. That is Karen Samet, Wendy Zamet, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Vicky Grundy, Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Nikki Blackwell, and their cox Jane Kavanagh, coached by Kim Rudder, who are currently leading fairly comfortably due to that handicap start. Abbotsford went off second, and looks like they've already been overturned by the other 2 North Shore crews who went off 18-second handicaps. So the Abbotsford crew languishing back and forth at the moment. Susan Carew, Seven Gooney, Yvonne Konchek, Julia Collins, Naomi Toy, Catherine Naito, Petra Macaskill, Adriana Guthrie, and Rosemary Hancock, the cox. North Shore in lane 4, Alexandra Pinkham, Julie Wass, Joe Hodgkinson, Natasha Khan, Renee Venables, Rachel Lash, Ruth Gibson, Louise McCoach, and Angelina Bogosian, the cox. You can see that crew in lane 6 on the screen now. First run down an untouched course. Cutting glass out here at the Regatta Centre and leading still quite comfortably. So we'll get an update on that margin as they come through, hopefully. And that's a good reminder to, if you are around and keen to volunteer, we obviously need some people in the timing huts. Please make yourself known to Rowing New South Wales. We can get you down in the timing huts. That was the second of the North Shore crews coming through there, or both the North Shore crews coming through there ahead of Abbotsford. So still some work to do. Here's the North Shore crew in lane 4, who are currently running second from the North Shore crew in lane 3. So looking to be a North Shore 1, 2 and 3. So if you're new to Masters Racing, it is obviously handicapped based on ages. So the oldest athletes will, let's say the most experienced athletes, will go off first, and then the younger athletes will go off a time handicap. And the way it's meant to work means that we often get some pretty tight finishes as the younger, faster crews catch them over the course of the race. For a lot of these North Shore ladies, they had a good weekend last weekend at the Sprint Championships, where those became pretty hard for a lot of the crews to catch them with their handicaps, and it looks like they're enjoying that advantage again in the 8s. I think with about 100 metres left to run, it'll be a little bit too much for their colleagues from North Shore Rowing Club to catch them. It will be the win, first win of the day for Karen Zammit, Wendy Zammit, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Vicky Grundy, Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Nikki Blackwell, Jane Kavanagh, the Cox, coached by Kim Rudder. North Shore crew will take the win in race 1 of the day here at the Reindeer Regatta in the Women's Masters 8. North Shore in lane 4, across the line 2nd, North Shore in lane 3, across the line 3rd, and Abbotsford in 4th place. Looks like we're just getting a line for our second race of the day, which would be the Men's Masters Quad, with 7 crews out there on a variety of handicaps, so that's set to be a cracker. In the meantime, I am up here by myself this morning, so if you do have any questions about the day, questions about crews, have a look on the Rowing New South Wales social media channels on the Instagram page. There is a little comments box in there. Send me a question. Let me know your thoughts on the racing. Let me know if you're just hot, which hopefully we're not just yet. And I'll do my best to keep you all informed and entertained as the day's racing goes on. Men's Masters Quad up next. Over in lane 2, Leichhardt, St George in lane 3, Leichhardt in lane 4, Manning River and Lake Macquarie in lane 5. Glebe and Drummoyne in lane 6, Abbotsford in lane 7, and Drummoyne in lane 8, who saw just adjusting their course. So the Drummoyne and Abbotsford crews going off starters' orders, and then some way back to the Glebe Drummoyne composite and the Manning River composite in lanes 5 and 6 will be going off a 15-second handicap and a 20-second handicap respectively. Then it is the Leichhardt crew in lane 4, 24-second handicap. St George in lane 3 going off a 31-second handicap, and Leichhardt in lane 2 going off a 32-second handicap. An A-grade Masters crew. It'd be pretty tricky to compete as an A-grade Master, and that looks like Aidan Shepherd, 27-year-old in that crew, really bringing the age average down there and forcing them into A-grade. But so some work to do, as now our second tranche of crews start to enclose on our race leaders. So it was Drummoyne who went off first. Drummoyne still leading at this stage. The Glebe and Drummoyne composite over in lane 6, starting to make inroads on them after that 15-second handicap. And so the all Leichhardt crew in lane 4, 24-second handicap as well, starting to make inroads in the competition, but with about 300-400 metres already rowed. There is still a fair bit of work to do for anyone looking to encroach on these leading 2 crews. Drummoyne's still leading. That's Gabrielle Haythornthwaite, Graham Wern, Richard Jones and Anthony Matthews by best part of 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the Glebe and Drummoyne composite. Mark Teachin from Glebe, Nick Brown from Drummoyne, Robert Dallimore and Ken Major from Glebe. Then Clearwater back to the chasing pack, which is headed up by Leichhardt. Then the Lake Macquarie Manning River composite. And on the far side there, St George. The rest of the crews, the far side there, the young A-grade Leichhardt crew, who have certainly got some work to do. But I think the Glebe and Drummoyne composite crew maybe just hit the lead in the last couple of strokes here. especially in these Masters races. We've got the handicap. It is pretty hard to overturn that momentum, so it would be unlikely to see the Drummoyne crew on the near side of the course come back. So it's Drummoyne and Glebe composite who worked through a decent handicap, and looks like they've got the GoPro set up on the stern of the boat, so maybe have a look at the Glebe Rowing Club social media channels. Voted last night Bont Club of the Year at the Rowing Australia Rower of the Year Awards, and really vindicating that. Can't wait to see the footage from those gents. They cross the line in the Masters quad scull. Leichhardt over in lane 4. Mackenzie, Bridges, McHugh and Wilson narrowly taking it over Drummoyne in lane 8. The A-grade crew with the Santa hats on. Over in lane 2, they'll cross the line in 4th, ahead of the Manning River Lake Macquarie composite. In lane 5, St George over in lane 3. And then we'll be back to Abbotsford in lane 7. And so as they cross the line, just a little announcement that just due to some issues with the pontoon and with the heat, we won't be doing medal presentations, formal sort of medal presentations today. So if you are successful in winning your race, please head back to the boat park, and then you can come back down to the finish tower and collect your, I think it's a mug or a cup or a chalice today, and you can come and collect that one a little bit later on, but we won't be doing the formal presentations. We want to get people off the water as quickly as possible with the heat, so please don't come around to the presentation pontoon following a race. The next race up will move from 1,000 metre to 2,000 metre racing for just 2 events, and then back to 1,000 metre racing for the novice and under 16 single sculls, which are always a cracker. It's always a few fireworks, and then we'll be back to 2,000 metre racing in about an hour's time after that. But for now, got crews just getting ready to line up. Umpires heading down to the start line for the women's under 17 Cox Quad. Askham in lane 3, Leichhardt in lane 4, Mossman in lane 5, and Roseville in lane 6. And we'll speak a little bit more to them once we're on the water and starting to get underway. I don't want to ramble for too long, but it should be a fairly interesting matchup between 4 programs that have all got quite a good amount of depth in this age group this year. Looks like we're not too far away from a start in the under-17 Coxed Quad, and as is tradition here at the Reindeer Regatta, plenty of schools with really pulling out all the stops on decorating the boats. Askham being one that I think for the last couple of years has won the best dressed boat, and I know Lizzie Chapman has to find room for all those Christmas decorations throughout the year. Occupies a big shelf in the boat shed there at Walleye Creek. And even the Cox and Lafferty with the Santa costume on, she'll be glad that they've got an early race, because I wouldn't want to be wearing that at about midday today. But Roseville with a good showing as well. You can let me know throughout the day. Head over to the Rowing New South Wales social media pages, on the Instagram stories, little comment box there. You let me know who you think's the best dressed crew throughout the day. Send me any questions, anything you want answered. Or if you just want to support your brother, sister, mum, dad, son, daughter. It's Roseville there in lane 6. Do have a start there. That's Mossman. Mossman with Queenwood oars. A few Queenwood girls in that crew. Next to them, Leichhardt, Askham in lane 3. Should be an interesting proposition here. Mossman crew on the screen. Heidi Heap, Sally Fanganuku, Penelope Curry, Elizabeth Fanganuku, and Juliet Yardley, the Cox, coached by Josh Hewitt and Alfie Young. Alfie Young, the new head coach at Mossman, sharing his duties alongside Queenwood, and three of that crew, at least three of that crew from also rowing at Queenwood. 4 of that crew, including the coxswain, all rowing in year 9 and 10 at Queenwood, and then Heidi Heap, the bow seat club athlete for that club. Goes to Winona, sometimes rows under the Winona flag, and that Mossman crew probably as expected there with the early lead over Roseville, who as well performed well in the quads this year. I think this exact crew was 3rd a couple of weeks ago in the year 10s. Leichhardt and Askham. It was good to see so many school programs out here, with term having wrapped up or shortly wrapping up, still getting a hit out at the end of the year. A few programs here as a part of camps. So it is that crew from Mossman Queenwood that have claimed the ascendancy in that first 500 metres. Good couple of boat lengths lead. You can really see how far they've stretched out over Leichhardt, and then a little bit closer to Roseville on their left, which is just to the right of our picture. But certainly ball is in the court of this Mossman crew. Say the Mossman / Queenwood crew there. As I mentioned, plenty of schools here on camps as part of their sort of December pre-holiday camps. The 8s are certainly an event to look out for later on. We've got Askham in this race, Roseville in this race, Redlands are here, Scots, St Augustine's, Joey's, got Kings here. A shout out to Andy Hoffman, who's just sent me a message in the through the Rowing New South Wales Instagram stories in the question box. Working hard as always. I'm sure he won't be grumpy in the heat later on this afternoon. Approaching the 1,000 metre mark now, and this Mossman combination really starting to stretch their legs now. It's the combination of Heidi Heap up in the bow seat, or Juliet Yardley in the Cox's seat, Heidi Heap in the bow seat. Sally Fanganuku, Penelope Curry, Elizabeth Fanganuku, can only assume sisters there. So 4 of those girls from Queenwood, 1 from Winona, combining very handy little under-17 quad here. It's one of the most competitive events at the National Championships, in my opinion. The state and the National Championships, very hard event to win. The composite crew or a school crew. And they were leading Rhodesville from Leichhardt from Ascombe through the halfway mark. I can't see with these margins that changing anytime soon. They're into the final stages of this race now, through the 1,500 metre mark, and crew's still enjoying gorgeous conditions out here in Penrith. Riding on board with the Ascombe crew there, who I think narrowly are currently at least leading my vote for the best dressed crew of the day, with the Christmas tree on the bow and all the riggers done up with the tinsel. That's Roseville sitting in second in this race, and probably second in my rankings for the best dressed crew as well. And Leichhardt there, running third at the moment. It is certainly Mossman's race to lose here. Just seeing Ascombe on the screen there, it's Pepper Grenfell, Daisy Balderstone, Camilla Burke, Ingrid Sabota and Anouk Lafferty, the coxswain, coached by Gemma Cooley and Lizzie Chapman. And I noticed as well rowing in the Marielle Caponis, who was a part of that program for a good, well, I think still is on occasion a part of that program, but part of that program as an athlete and a coach for about 10 years. And brother Mitch Caponis also involved as a coach there. But it is all about Mossman Rowing Club here. Heidi Heap, Sally Fanganuku, Penelope Curry, Elizabeth Fanganuku and Juliet Yardley, the Cox, coached by Josh Hewitt, and Alfie Young, who really attacked this race in the opening stanza and then only pushed on. And will now take their last couple of strokes across the line. Claim a dominant victory here. The women's under 17 quad. I think a pretty handy time as well. Second across the line will be Roseville with the reindeer antlers on and a whole lot of tinsel. Third to be Leichhardt ahead of Ascombe in fourth. Yeah, not too bad of a time there, 7:37 in, after the last week of school in December. Things going to be a little bit slower But our winning sort of time in this event at the pointy end of the season is about a 7:20. So the next race underway, and coming at us thick and fast, the Paris Single Scull, race 4, just 2 competitors in this one. Jamoy and Steph Walker, coached by Kathleen Hexel, over on the far side of the course, and then Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns and Justin Quigley on the near side of the course, who is well and truly inside of the last 500 metres now, with a commanding lead in this race. Georgina Brown, who races a lightweight at the University Sport Nationals, and is nominated for the UNSW Student with a Disability Award alongside a few other big names in the world of para rowing. And here enjoying a dominant lead in very calm and still waters this morning. Temperature slowly rising, but just still sitting nicely at 20 degrees. Nice gentle 4 km/h south-southeasterly breeze at the moment. But a reminder, it is forecast to get up into the high 30s and low 40s by this afternoon. We are likely to be implementing measures against the Rowing New South Wales heat management policy. But for now, it is congratulations to the University of New South Wales as Georgina Browning will take her final couple of strokes across the line here, take a dominant victory in the para single scull. And just in the last 150 metres, taking our last few strokes across the line will be Steph Walker from Des Moines in the Paris single scull. But we do have a start in our next race. We've got two divisions of the men's novice single scull underway. And these races always promise to be a riveting affair. With so no athlete in this race can ever have won a race before. So you can stay in the novice division for a little while sometimes, but do often get some errant steering and some dramatic finishes in this one. So over in lane 1 from the King's School, Troy Graham swapping the Cox's strings for the oars today. University of New South Wales in lane 2, Samed Siraparaju. Redlands in lane 3, Leo Carroll. St George's, Charlie Lester in lane 4. Redlands, Lincoln Morrison in lane 5. Ken Bradfield from Lake Illawarra in lane 6. And Charlie Halliday from Redlands in lane 7. It looks like they are all away cleanly. Might just be missing maybe one. All here with Gleaves Harry Lynch scratching on the near side of the course. So all underway here. And at the moment, it's those that we can see on the screen. Lake Illawarra's Ken Bradfield and Charlie Halliday from Redlands. Lincoln Morrison from Redlands there in the centre of the picture. And St George's, Charlie Lester and Leo Carroll from Redlands over on the left-hand side of your picture. Those are our leading contenders at the moment. Over on the far side, Troy Graham just staying with them, but not quite out in front at this stage of the race. Samed Siraparaju from University of New South Wales, the only one really dropping quite out of contention in the early stages of the race. There we go, that's big Troy Graham on the screen. Is normally a Cox. We'll see him out Cox in the second 8 later on at the last couple of races of the day. Currently looking like he's running, as we come through the 500, we'll get a better idea, but certainly running up in the top 3, if not running second at the moment is Troy Graham, ahead of Leo Carroll from Redlands. Lincoln Morrison from Redlands running 4th, Charlie Lester from St George in 5th. Ken Bradfield from Lake Illawarra making the journey up from Wollongong and making that journey worthwhile as he leads by a couple of boat lengths in this first division of the men's novice single scull. But as I alluded to earlier, in the novice races, anything can happen in the closing stages as the pressure builds. And often racing in the novice scull, getting off the line cleanly can be the hardest thing. So can often see some crews coming back in the latter stages of this race, and pretty tight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. There's some steering going on in the centre of the field there from the St George sculler and possibly also the Redlands sculler. Troy Graham really starting to wind up the heat on the far side of the course there, but I don't think anything's going to overcome Ken Bradfield from Lake Illawarra as we approach now at 200 metres left to row for our leading crews, or leading crew. We'd have a good 3, 4, 5 boat lengths on the chasing pack. Tight battle unfolding between Troy Graham from the King's School and Redlands Leo Carroll there in lanes 1 and 3 respectively. The other Redlands sculler on the near side, Lincoln Morrison, right in the hunt as well. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th, anything but decided at this stage. Lake Illawarra sculler, long and powerful and likely one of the older scullers in this race. Chasing pack is starting to catch him a little bit, but I think it will be too little too late. We are playing for sheep stations for the minor placings here though. It is bow ball to bow ball between the two Redlands scullers and Troy Graham from the King's School. I think Graham just with his bow ball in front, but it is very, very close in the closing stages. Redlands throwing everything at it. Leo Carroll going hard. Lincoln Morrison going with him. I think Lincoln Morrison, it's going to be the Redlands sculler who maybe just gets it here. A little dirty stroke from the King's sculler on the line. And it is Lincoln Morrison from Redlands for 2nd. Leo Carroll from Redlands for 3rd. And Troy Graham sitting in 2nd in the whole race, just fading in the shadow of the post there for 4th. St George's Charlie Lester in 5th, and University of New South Wales' Samed Sir Paraju in 6th place. Great replay on the screen there, showing how tight that finish was. Less than half a length across those 3 crews. So the second race in the men's novice single coming at us rapidly now. And it doesn't look like we're going to get quite as tight a finish now as in the first race. It is Sculler from St George, Preston McClelland, who is leading this race fairly comfortably. And this will likely be his last race in the novice division if he continues on this track. He's leading from the RNSW Sculler, Toby Dolph, on the far side of the course, who will get another run in the novice division if he so wishes. It is Preston McClelland from St George. Will take a very comfortable win indeed in this second division of the men's novice single. Toby Dolph from University of New South Wales in second. Looks like at the moment Leichhardt, Oscar Laniello in third, but just struggling in the last few strokes across the line. And the Redlands sculler, Sam O'Sullivan, coming at him fast. Shouldn't have said that about the photo finish because this is going to be very tight for this one. It is going to be Redlands with just one more stroke left, who will take second. Leichhardt, Laniello in third. Otto Gerber from the King's School National Championship winning coxswain of the first 8. Maybe not quite doing as good a job as the second 8 coxswain, Troy Graham, in the last race, but Otto Gerber across the line for 5th place. And on the far side, Benjamin Deal from Kings is taking his last few strokes to complete this race. So good to see the Coxes all out getting a run in the single sculls ahead of their 8s racing later on this afternoon. But the under-16 singles up next. So these gentlemen will all be the end of year 9 and will be racing, a lot of these gentlemen end of year 9 or possibly end of year 8 for some of them, and be racing in the year 9 and year 10 divisions later on in the season. So first of 3 divisions here in the under-16 single underway. Lane 2 from the King's School, Ethan Childs Tour. Lane 3 from Redlands, William Whitelaw. Harry Hanna from Kings in lane 4. Mark By from Leichhardt in lane 5. Isaac Ferreira from Nepean in lane 6. Shoalhaven's Hugo Golan in lane 7. And Harley Collier from Kings in lane 8. Good to see a few Santa hats out there celebrating the Reindeer Regatta. We a good close-up look there of Ethan Childs Tour from Kings, coached by Sam Dugan. So he'd be a member of the first Junior 8 at the moment. He's coming up against this Redlands sculler that looks to be leading at the moment, Hugo Golan. Shoalhaven sculler, rather. No Redlands in this race, but Hugo Golan from Shoalhaven leading fairly comfortably. As comfortable as you can be in just a 1,000-metre race. He's over here on the near side of the course. Ooh, and as we said, these younger divisions can be interesting, and I think our race leader might have just put himself out of contention going in the drink, so it's anyone's game now. Our umpires will be on there quick smart to make sure he's okay. Hugo Golan from Shoalhaven was leading, doing a great job there, but just coming unstuck on the buoy line, it looked like. Looks to be all fine, and we'll get back in now. But the race is on now. Things have opened up for our trailing pack. Leichhardt's mucked by, looking to capitalise on that opportunity. If I don't kick my microphone off in the process. We'll be on now between this Leichhardt sculler and these three scullers from the King's School. On the near side, Harley Collier, who would have been first to see that capsize and first to be able to capitalise on that. But Mark By from Leichhardt's not going to let it go without a fight in the centre of the course in that yellow boat. I'd say he'd still be our leading sculler. A quick look across then. Sculler from the King's School though, Collier. It's Collier from King's, By from Leichhardt. Stroke for stroke in the closing metres of this race. And I think it's just going to be the Leichhardt sculler who hangs on there, unofficially by 0.3 of a second. From King's. And then we had Ethan. We had King's second and third there, and then Redlands fourth, King's fifth. But we'll wait for confirmation of that one. Now Sculler from Shoalhaven just getting out of the way of the next race. Has got back in the boat. So the winner of that one confirming was Leichhardt Rowing Club's Mark By, in Division 1 of the under 16 men's single scull. So Division 2 almost upon us now. And similar suite of clubs represented out there on the course and leading at the moment. The Sculler sort of second over from the near side of the course from Redlands, Emilio Dressler. And he's locked in a tight battle with Nepean Rowing Club's Isaac Ferreira to his right. I'll correct myself there. Emilio Dressler from Redlands leading from Arthur Zhang from Kings. Look at the race before me in the sky blue colours. It'll just start to get a little bit confusing already. Not good signs for another couple of hours of commentary, but it is definitely the Redlands sculler who is leading from the Kings sculler. The Kings sculler on the far side putting on a turn of speed. Archer Petrovic over in Station 2 looking to get in on the action. And I think well and truly in on the action is he. Leading by about half a length in the closing strokes. I'm not sure if the Redlands sculler has seen that late turn of speed there. It is going to be the King sculler. Archer Petrovic, coached by Sam Dugan, against the wind. And look at that. Arms up in the air, cheering. Stoked with that one. Second will be Redlands. Emilio Dressler. Third, Arthur Zhang from Kings. Fourth, Henry Hunt from Kings. Doug Schofield from St Augustine's in fifth. Got our Shoalhaven sculler from the last race, Hugo Golan, crossing the line in sixth. And then Harry Mann from Kings in lane 8. Looks like we are underway with Division 3 already of men's under 16 single scull. So Shoalhaven in lane 2 with Rory Dixon, coached by Catherine McKeever and David Eddington. Redlands in lane 3, Oliver Stojanovic. Lane 4, Leichhardt Orlando Cooper, coached by Isaac Shepherd, Arabella Barr. Hugo Strangaori from Kings in lane 5, Glebes Zachariah Liu in lane 6, and Kings Thomas Curtin in station 7 on the near side of the course. See the Leichhardt sculler in the centre, or to the right-hand side of your picture, possibly there. It's the Glebes sculler in the centre of the picture. Looks to have gotten away best in the early stages. Zachariah Liu with the number 6 on his bow. Just now at the 500 metre mark, the sculler from Redlands, Oliver Stojanovic, who's just got his bow in front of, I think we just missed the Glebe sculler on the timing there, but Zachariah Liu in battle with him, and then some way back to Thomas Curtin from the King's School, and Hugo Strangaori in 4th place. Rory Dixon from Shoalhaven and Orlando Cooper from Leichhardt in the trailing pair of the pack. So almost 3 distinct little battles going on out on the course here as our Redlands and Glebe scullers battle it out for line honours. This battle not subsiding in the closing strokes of this race, with the Glebe sculler on the near side, Zachariah Liu, who has his head just turned out to the right, keeping an eye on the sculler from Redlands. I think it is going to be the Glebe sculler here, Zachariah Liu, who gets up. Just managed to come back in the second half of this race, and will take it across the line by, it's almost 2 lengths in the end. Zachariah Liu first across the line. Redlands Oliver Stojanovic in 2nd. King's School's Thomas Curtin in 3rd place. Hugo Strangaori in 4th. And then we'll have sort of trailing packs, 3 little battles unfolding there. Rory Dixon from Shoalhaven and Orlando Cooper from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So just a reminder, if you've missed it before, we won't be doing the formal sort of presentations at the pontoon at this regatta, but instead you can come on down to the finish tower later on in the day and collect your prizes, but it's due to the heat, and pontoon's also a little bit gross this morning, and so just encourage everyone to get off the water as soon as possible. Women's novice double scull off next. 5 crews contesting this one with scratching from the Askham crew in the centre of the course. Roseville over in lane 1. Lane 2 rather, Roseville, Eleanor Foster and Alicia Jenkins. Askham in lane 3 of Scratch Glebes. Madeline Barrett, Lily Sullivan in lane 4. Shoalhaven in lane 5, Leela Riley and Megan Smith. Redlands in lane 6, Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie. Leichhardt in lane 7, Sonia Johns and Scarlett Guthrie. And in lane 8 from Roseville, Josie Harris and Ilaria Roberto. And looks like we had a little bit of chaos on the start there. But all crews up to racing speed now. I think the ones on the near side of the course might have just gotten away best, but we're having a look on board there with the Roseville crew of Eleanor Foster and Alicia Jenkins, who are leading. I'll correct myself rather, looking at the wrong race. Women's novice double scull. It's the UNSW crew over there on the far side of the course. Julia Mitchell and Isabel Barwick, who are leading the UTS crew in that battle. Jessica Rye and Saskia Pollock. Yeah, good look on board there. The Santa Hat in the bow seat, the UNSW crew. So it's the Askham crew in lane 4 that's scratched. And then we've got Redlands in lane 5, Tony Meek and Clemmy Jeston. And lane 6, Balmain, Scarlett Swanson and Arabella Simpson. And in lane 7, UNSW, Lillian Koloff and Lisa Hugh. I would say this is that Balmain crew on the near side of the course. We'll get a better picture as they come through the 500. That Balmain crew of Scarlett Swanson and Arabella Simpson in lane 6, who look to be right up in contention. They'll come into shots shortly. That is just my best guess from the commentary box, but it looks like that might be the case, but it is tight through the 500. It is that Balmain crew, 0.78 of a second there, so all to play for here. The women's novice double scull, Balmain over UNSW, over UTS, Redlands over the second UNSW crew. Tight all the way across the field, across our 5 crews in this first of 2 divisions. Looks to still be our leading 2 crews from Balmain on the near side and UNSW on the far side. We're just starting to separate themselves from the chasing pack, but not separating themselves from each other. So UNSW on the far side, turning on the afterburners now. Julia Mitchell, Isabel Barwick, coached by Emma Vaycox and Justin Quigley, who look to maybe have just come out on top in this battle. They were behind at the 500, but have paced this race well to get up over the crew from Balmain on the near side. We'll have to watch out from UTS over there on the far side of the course, but I don't think I'm going to quite overturn them in the closing strokes here. It is going to be UNSW, Mitchell and Barwick, who take the win in this first of 2 women's under 16 double scull, or women's novice double scull races by a good couple of boat lengths now. It was tight halfway through the race, but pacing this race well. Take the win over Balmain from UTS in 3rd. Second UNSW crew, Lillian Koloff and Lisa Hewer in 3rd place, and in 4th be the Redlands combination there, Tony Meek and Clemmy Johnson. We're underway now with Division 2, the women's novice double scull, and 6 crews across the course in this one. UNSW in lane 2, Claudia Lee and Zuran Zhao. Ellie Zammit, Grace Zammit in lane 3 from Abbotsford Rowing Club. Balmain in lane 4, Rachel Zockel and Tara Bauman. Askham in lane 5, who are just riding on board with there. Looks like got a little bit friendly with the boys. That's the crew there of Jemima Crawford and Fleur Hallahan, who've gone to great lengths to decorate that double scull. Scarlett Lawton and Tam Newen from UNSW in lane 6, and then Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody from Askham on the near side of the course, who look to be right up in contention at the front of the field. At the moment, between that Askham crew in lane 7 and the Balmain crew over in lane 4, 2 seconds the margin. We saw bigger margins than that overturned in the last race, so this could come right down to the line here in this novice double scull. UNSW running 3rd, Abbotsford running 4th. It looks like as we approach the last 200 metres or so of the race, it is still that Askham crew on the near side of the course who are leading, but maybe just starting to falter in the closing strokes of this race. So could be a little bit of opportunity for both Balmain and for UNSW on the far side of the course. Could still get themselves back into this race in the closing stages. It is Gigi Patton and Darcy Moody from Askham. As you see, Balmain just getting a little bit shipwrecked there, which is opening the door for UNSW. Claudia Z and Zuran Zhao, who really started to hit their stride in the last 100 metres or so, turning on a bit of speed as they enter the red boys, but a little bit to go if, barring disaster, if nothing happens to this leading crew from Askham in lane 7. UNSW crew on the far side certainly moving the quickest, but do they have enough distance left in the course to overcome them? It's going to come right down to the line, in fact, but I think Askham will just hold on. It's going to be Askham take the win in this 2nd division of the women's novice double scull. 2nd will go to UNSW, just 1.5 seconds the margin there. Balmain in 3rd, 2nd UNSW crew in lane 6. Lawton and Newen in 4th, and then 2 crews just struggling with the steering a little bit, so could actually be a fascinating battle here. Both crews just trying desperately to get to the line between Askham and Abbotsford in the closing strokes here. Both crews seem to have gotten straight, and they are truly stroke for stroke. It is Askham leading. I think it's going to be the 2nd Askham crew who's just going to get up over Abbotsford Rowing Club. Round out this 2nd division of the women's novice double scull. And we are underway now with the women's under-16 double scull. Roseville over in lane 2, Foster and Jenkins. Askham in lane 3, Kyle and Mallet. Glebe in lane 4, Barrett and Sullivan. Shoalhaven in lane 5, Riley and Smith. Redlands in lane 6, Brown and Beattie. Leichhardt in lane 7, Johns and Guthrie. And then Roseville in lane 8, Harris and Roberto. And it is the Redlands crew, Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie, who currently leading very comfortably indeed, as the sun just starts to peek out behind the clouds. So things are going to start to warm up very quickly now. They are leading from Rhodesville on the far side, Eleanor Foster and Alicia Jenkins. And then in the middle of the pack, I think that might be the Glebe combination, Madeline Barrett and Lily Sullivan in lane 4, who are leading from kind of locked in a tight battle with Rhodesville on the near side and Askham on the far side there. It is all about this Redlands crew. Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie, who have a very comfortable margin indeed. They'll take their last 3 or 4 strokes. Now across the line to take the win in this first division of the women's under-16 double scull. Pearl Brown and Annalise Beattie over Roseville on the far side of the course in Station 2. Eleanor Foster and Alicia Jenkins, they'll come home second. Looks like Glebe just managed to separate themselves from that battle for third. It's Glebe crew there, Madeline Barrett, Lily Sullivan for third place. Roseville in lane 8, hardly recognisable for some fantastic Christmas jumpers. Josie Harris and Ilaria Roberto over Askham's Hannah Kyle and Poppy Mallet. Shoalhaven in 6th place, Leichhardt in 7th. It's starting to warm up a little bit now here in Penrith, 21.5 degrees at the last check. So I turn on my air conditioner up here in the commentary box, which can be a little bit of a greenhouse in the morning with the glass, but are underway in the second division of the women's under-16 double scull. A couple of more 1,000-metre races to go, and we'll be on to our 2,000-metre quads and small boats shortly, which promise to be a fascinating competition. If you're joining us on the live stream or here around the grounds, feel free to jump on the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page. There's a little question box in the stories there if there's anything you want me to answer, or any tips or predictions or cheers of support for the crews that you're looking to race for. Don't be afraid to be an embarrassing mum or dad or supporter at the live stream at home. Let me know, and we'll have a chat about their crew if they're up in contention. But Division 2, the women's under-16 double, almost upon us now. And another very well-decorated boat from the eastern suburbs of Sydney in Askham on the far side of the course in lane 2, who are currently our race leaders, Jess Billiard and Jess Brown. Redlands in lane 3, Isabel Wimpole and Scarlett Coles. Roseville in lane 4, Lily Brennan and Millie Hawkins. Nepean in lane 5, Elise Currell and Myra Edwards. Glebe in lane 6 have scratched. Askham in 7, Emily Zhu and Amelia Butler. And then in lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Iris Golan and Heather Coulston. Our top 3 crews well and truly separated themselves from the pack here. But it is Askham who are almost certainly going to take out this race, and now my leading crew for the best dressed boat. So Jess Billiard and Jess Brown with the win there in the second division of the women's under-16 double scull. Second across the line will be Nepean, Elise Currell and Myra Edwards, who are leading Isabel Wimpole and Scarlett Coles from Redlands. As we wait for our sort of trailing pack of 3 crews to come across. It is going to be very tight between the crew in lane 4 from Roseville, Lily Brennan and Millie Hawkins, who maybe just come unstuck in the closing stages here, and that is going to open the door for Shoalhaven and Askham. It's going to be Shoalhaven to take 4th, Askham just take 5th over Roseville, just coming unstuck on the line for 6th place. All high fives for our leading Askham crew there. Very well decorated boat. Christmas tree, the Santa hats, the tinsel and everything. Jessica Billiard and Jess Brown. And just a reminder for all of those around here at the Regatta Centre, if you are following races on a bike, you do need to have a helmet on. It is the law and as well the rules of the Sydney International Regatta Centre, facility that we're so grateful to have here in Sydney. But one of the stipulations is if you are following races on your bike, you must have a helmet on. So please, if you don't have one, please go and find one or park up in the grandstand with our fantastic big screen coverage and watch on from there. I promise I will bring all the action to you as it unfolds. And what is unfolding in front of us, the last of our 1,000-metre races for a little bit, the Para Single Scull race 14. So from Roseville over in lane 4, we've got Lucy Ryan. Sam Shaloub from Balmain in lane 5, and then Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra in lane 6, who is currently leading this race quite comfortably. Kevin Walls had a busy morning in terms of, he's been listed as a coach on a few of these young under 16s and novice athletes out on the water this morning, but on the water himself, the man originally from Ireland who I've seen at the pointy end of the Parafield for a number of years now in New South Wales. Leading very comfortably. Good battle for second between Lucy Ryan and Sam Shaloub from Roseville and Balmain respectively. It is the man from Balmain who currently has the upper hand, but Lucy Ryan from Roseville throwing everything at it in the closing strokes. Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra take the win in the para single here. And Lucy Ryan from Roseville throwing everything at it in the closing stages. Sam Shaloub from Balmain looks to have just done enough in the early stages of this race to hang on to second place. And that will be how this race crosses the line. Sam Shaloub from Balmain in second, Lucy Ryan from Roseville in third. Next race we'll have underway, return to 2,000 metre racing in the men's under 17 Coxed Quad Scull. Just the one race of this event, straight final with 9 crews out on the course. Got over in lane 1 the King's School, lane 2 St Joseph's, lane 3 Redlands, lane 4 St Joseph's are racing but will not be judged as they are rowing in a Coxed 4 instead of a Coxed Quad. I would suggest that'll probably make it fairly difficult for them to be competitive anyway, with obviously 4 less oars out there, but it could be interesting anyway to see how they go. Lane 5, King's number 2, lane 6, Newington, lane 7, St George, lane 8, St Augustine's, and in lane 9, Newington. So from what I can see, some fairly interesting combinations here with the 2 King's crews out of the first and second 4 out of that program. The St Joseph's crews look to be the 2 halves of their first junior 8. The Newington crew in lane 6 looks to be half of their senior first 8. The Newington crew in lane 9 looks to be a mix together of boys from the 4s. Mostly be parts of their third 4 put together in this one. So they are all underway now, all 9 crews out and racing, and it will be fascinating to see how this one progresses. Would think that Newington crew in lane 6, being half of their first 8, would be odds-on favourites for this one, but the GPS boys don't spend a whole lot of time in the sculling boats, and that could make things tricky. I am as well very curious to see how St Joseph's crew rowing a Cox 4 competes. First junior 8 boys rowing a Cox 4 is probably challenge enough, let alone racing it against a bunch of quad sculls. It does look like someone might have left the riggers back at Tarbin Creek. But not letting the field totally get away from them in the early stages, but as predicted, looks to be that crew from Newington: Hugh Jones, Lucas van der Westhausen, Charles Auld, Nico Colantonio, Hugh Baker, the Cox, you can see on screen there, have gotten away to the best start. And leading quite comfortably at the 500 metre mark from the King's number 2 crew over Joey's crew rowing a quad. The King's number 1 crew on the far side, Newington, Redlands, St Augustine's, St George, and then the Joey's Coxed 4. So a commanding lead there from Newington in the early stages of this race. Perhaps not unexpected that they're in front, but a big lead indeed. King's number 2 crew of Ethan Child's Tour, Jack Webster, Campbell Whalen, Charlie Jones and Ollie Forrester, the coxswain. Who is listed as the number 2 crew, but having a look at names there, I would think of a slightly more experienced crew in that race, certainly a slightly more experienced coxswain in that race. It is all about this Newington combination, who are striding out to a fairly comfortable margin. I've seen Newington quite successful in this boat class in the past, winning the national title in the schoolboy quad a couple of times over the years, certainly in 2017, 2022, I believe, as well. I'm sure Row New South Wales' own Elliot Chuckworth-Burtonetti can correct me on that, but extending that history, but a tight battle for second now between half the Joey's first junior 8 and then the Kings' first and second 4s, all rowing here in these quads, battling it out for second place. So it'll be very interesting to see how that continues down the course. We are at the 1,000-metre mark now, so halfway through this race. Newington with a commanding lead at this stage. We do only have the 500-metre timings in front of us. It was 8 seconds at the 500, and they've only extended that. But we'll try and get some updated timings for you when we can. As we come down to the line, as it has been the whole way down the course, it is still crew from Newington, made up of Hugh Jones, Lucas van der Westhausen, Charles Auld, Nico Colantonio and Hugo Baker, the coxswain. We'll see them out in the 8s later on in this morning's program, just before the lunch break. But good hit out in the Cox quad. And not a half bad time either. They'll be under 6:40 as they cross the line. So a real competitive time in this boat class is sort of around the 6:30 mark. So that'll be promising signs. Those top 4 boys from Newington. It's going to be close for second as it's been the whole way down the course. Great racing experience for all of these crews out here in the Cox Quad Scull. It is going to be the King's crew in lane 5, Ethan Childs Tour, Jack Webster, Campbell Whalen, Charlie Jones and Ollie Forrester, who get up over the Joey's boys, Sam Negline, Arlo Benyes, Connor Furness, Angus Sieve and Jonathan Yates, the Cox. And then the second of the King's crews, Max McGraw, Arthur Zhang, Denver Purden, Jake Dwight, Digby Norton Knight, the Cox. Third, close for 5th as well, with St Augustine's just edging out Newington. St George in 7th, Redlands in 8th, and the Joey's crew rowing in the Cox 4 in 9th place, but not judged in this race. But very good shout to stay competitive with 4 less oars than everyone else. Moving back down to the course now, moving to some slightly smaller boats, back to the double sculls for a little bit with the women's under 19 and under 21 doubles out on course. So two races in the one event in this one. Under 19s being contested firstly by UTS over in lane 2, Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson. Mossman in lane 3, Tanya Hornby and Isabel Armstrong. Sydney University in lane 4, Summer Phillips and Patricia Boland. And Askham in lane 5, Sammy Rebillard and Chloe Hitchens. European in lane 6 have scratched, and then we've got our under 21s on the near side of the course here. Sydney University's Audrey Stigter and Charlotte Steele. UTS, Jemima McKenzie, Stella Lagan, and Sydney University, Georgina Stevenson and Alice McCready on the near side of the course. It is, at the moment, is the Sydney University combination in lane 4, the under-19 combination, who looks to be leading this race outright. Summer Phillips and Patricia Boland. Paddy Boland, a Australian representative in the double sculls last year, alongside Lucy Yabsley and coach Ollie Klotz, who will be joining me in the commentary box later on this afternoon, so stay tuned for that one. And then Summer Phillips, who graduate of, maybe not a graduate, but certainly educated at the Pymble Ladies College. And those two combining to lead this event quite comfortably at this stage in the race. There's the UTS crew in lane 2, Charlotte Olivier and Isabella Henderson, who are currently running second ahead of our leading under 21 crew, Georgina Stevenson and Alice McCready from Sydney Uni on the near side, Tanya Hornby and Isabel Armstrong from Mossman. The under 19s running 4th, Askham's Sammy Rebillard and Chloe Hitchens running 5th. And then Sydney University's Audrey Stigter and Charlotte Steele. Jemima McKenzie and Stella Lagan from UTS running 7th at the 1500 metre mark. So crew's fairly well spread out at this stage in the race. So as it's been almost the entire way down the course here, a dominant performance from the Sydney University combination. Paddy Boland, Loretta Normanhurst and Summer Phillips from Pymble Ladies College combining here in the Sydney University colours for a win in the under-19 double scull. 7:36 the time there, which is not too shabby at this time of the season. Very, very close for second, but the Sydney Uni under-21s there, Georgina Stevenson and Alice McCready, getting up just narrowly, 0.7 of a second over UTS's Olivier and Henderson on the far side of the course. Some way then back to our chasing pack. It looks like it's going to be Mossman, Tanya Hornby and Isabel Armstrong, coached by Josh Hewitt, who will cross 4th, a couple of lengths clear of Askham in lane 5. Sammy Rebillard in the bow seat, Chloe Hitchens in the stroke seat. And they're leading the Sydney Uni crew there in lane 7 of Jemima McKenzie and Stella Lagan, and then UTS's we had that UTS crew there clicked over twice, but it was Sydney Uni's Audrey Stigter and Charlotte Steele in 6th, and UTS's Jemima McKenzie, Stella Lagan in 7th place to round out this under-19 and under-21 double scull. And great message through the question box on the Rowan New South Wales Instagram page saying, who is the best schoolboy 8 in New South Wales currently, in my opinion, and why? It's a little bit telling the answer that they're looking for, given that was sent through by the Shaw Schools Walker-Eyes page. But at the moment, in the GPS combination, it is looking to be Shaw, who have dominated the early, well, not quite dominated, but have got 3 wins out of 4 in the early GPS competitions, and leading St Ignatius College, and that'll be a fiery battle all the way through the rest of the season. And I'm very, very keen to see unfold at the moment. Certainly Shaw, who are the best schoolboy 8 in New South Wales, but I don't think they're going to quite have it all their own way. I wouldn't expect St Ignatius, after the season that they've had last year, to take that lying down. I wouldn't expect Kings or Joeys to be out of things either come GPS head of the river or the New South Wales Rowing Championships, or for that matter the National Championships, and we see what is looking to be a very handy Scotch College 8 out of Victoria competing. Hopefully they're competing down on Lake Barrington, and I think that competition is far from decided at this stage of the year. But turning back down to the water at the 1500 metre mark now, second division of the women's under-19 double sculls. In this one, Leichhardt in lane 2, Devlin and Sinkovic. Redlands in lane 3, Winder and Campbell. Roseville in lane 4, Franklin and Kelly. UTS in lane 5, Griebel and Ungumark. Peen in lane 6 have scratched, and then Glebe in lane 7, Barrett and Bug, who are right at the pointy end of this field. So it'll be between Glebe and Redlands at the moment. So the Redlands crew in lane 3, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell, look to currently just have the ascendancy over the Glebe crew of Emily Barrett and Isabel Bug, coached by Ollie Klotz. Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, Izzy Bug from Askham, joining up in their club colours at this regatta. And really taking it to the Redlands combination, but the Redlands crew of Winder and Campbell with the ascendancy here, and that is an insurmountable lead in the closing strokes of this race. Crew coached by, I don't have a coach listed for the Redlands crew there, but crossing the line now to take a win here in the second division. And 7.56 would have put them reasonably competitive with most of the under-19s in the first division as well, with Emily Barrett and Isabel Bug crossing second. UTS's Charlie Griebel and Julia Ungumark, coached by Sam Fennessy. Julia, obviously daughter of Judith and Matthias, and rowing out at Kinross Wallaroy. Here competing in the club colours of UTS. Leichhardt Rowing Club on the far side, Emily Devlin and Mia Simkovic. We've been asked through on the question line on the Rowan New South Wales Instagram, which Masters club is going to take the chockies today? Well, I think it might come down to how much Masters racing we get this afternoon with the impending weather conditions. 23 degrees now. They're starting to warm up this morning, about 8:30. I believe we'll probably see that start to spike pretty quickly. We're forecast to be up at 28 at the moment, so still enjoying some slight reprieve from the conditions. Although I think think the one enjoying the most reprieve is the dog having a swim at the finish line, which I do believe the Cirque staff probably aren't a fan of, but is having a great time finding a bit of cool, a bit of relief from the heat this morning. But yeah, the Masters competition, I mean, you can't really go past North Shore, can you, with the numbers that they put out? We've seen them take a win in the 8 already. And we'll see how much Masters racing we get to after the lunch break this afternoon, which I think will decide that. But I've got plenty of crews still to race this morning. We've got 3 crews in the Masters 4s later on, so it'd be hard pressed to go past North Shore Rowing Club for taking the chockies in the Masters competition, but we will wait and see. A bit of a reminder, we may possibly be under some heat management policy later on today, so anyone who's out there today, make sure you're taking plenty of water with you. Recommending 500 mils of water with you in the boat, at least, taking up to the start line. Try and limit how close together racing is. If you any dramas, come see the medical tent at the end of the course and keep an eye on the temperature and the conditions and race accordingly. But third division now of the under-19 and under-21 doubles. It's just under-19s out there in this race. Lane 2, Redlands, Lillian Forsyth and Liv Goodland. Lane 3, Mossman, Arabella Turner-Smith and Lola Balmain. Lane 4, Roseville, Claudia Berger and Alice Bestich. Lane 5, UTS, Matilda Marconis and Bianca McKenzie. Lane 6, Catherine Walsh and Amelia Darcy from Mossman. Willow Chapman and Sophia Stevenson from UTS in lane 7. I think they're through the 1,000 metre mark now. I don't think we've got the timing at the 1,000, but at the 500 was Redlands from UTS from Mossman. Very, very tight between those 3 crews. And the second of the UTS crews in the centre of the course there weren't too far out of things as well. So looks to, from my eye, still be the Redlands crew. Over on the far side of the course there in lane 2, Forsyth and Goodland. I'll correct that rather. The Mossman crew over in lane 3, Turner Smith and Balmain. But the crews on the near side of the course, Catherine Walsh and Amelia Darcy from Mossman. In lane 6, Willow Chapman and Sophia Stevenson from UTS. Next to them in lane 7, probably our leading 2 contenders. Redlands on the far side there, Forsyth and Goodland staying with them at this stage in the race. So through the last 500 metres now, and it is still this crew from Mossman. Catherine Walsh and Amelia Darcy, coached by Josh Hewitt, who have the ascendancy but aren't totally out of the woods. as crew on the near side, UTS's Willow Chapman and Sophia Stevenson, coached by Sam Fennessy, who are their nearest rivals at the moment. A little bit of a crosswind just starting to creep across the course now. So those on the far side of the course, the southern bank, enjoying a little bit more shelter from that crosswind. If you can see the big screen or one of the 76 of you joining us on the live stream, you get a great vision of how it's just a little bit calmer, a little bit flatter on that far side of the course. Not seeming to worry our leading contenders at the moment, though. Mossman turning on the afterburners in the closing strokes of this race. Catherine Walsh and Amelia Darcy, who will, barring disaster here, take out Division 3, the women's under-19 double scull. So they cross the line now. That'll be a good 3 or even 4 lengths ahead of the UTS combination here of Willow Chapman, Sophia Stevenson, and then the Redlands crew, who got out well, but couldn't quite hang on to the pace there. Lillian Forsyth and Liv Goodland in third place. Second UTS crew, Matilda Marconis and Bianca McKenzie in the centre of the course there, who will finish fourth, and then the Roseville crew on the far side of the course, who I reckon have possibly had some dramas at some point in this race because they were meant to be in lane 4. But rowing over there in lane 0, it's Claudia Berger and Alice Bestich, rounding out this third division of the women's under-19 single scull. I'm sure these next few races will be very eagerly watched by coaches and classmates alike, with 4 divisions of men's under-19 single scull. And the 5th division is half under 21s, half under 19s. But this first division getting underway now. This first division getting underway now. Will Ralph from Kings over in lane 1. Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt in lane 2. Henry Harvey from Kings in lane 3. The Glebe Sculler in lane 4 is scratched. Nick Byrne from Newington in lane 5. Oscar Pearce from Redlands in 6. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman in 7. Henry Dobson from Redlands in 8. Nicholas Trethaway from Newington in lane 9. Riding on board there, Nick Byrne from Newington, the number 5 on his bow. He's trailing somewhat behind our leading few contenders. Ewan Humphreys from Mossman in the red shell, first across that 1500 metre mark by some margin. Peter Simkovich from Leichhardt over on the far side of the course in station 2, and then Henry Dobson from Redlands. And then Nick Byrne from Newington. And then we would have, I believe, it's Cooper McDonald from Redlands, who looks like might have been a substitution, because different from what I've got in my draw in lane 9. It is Ewan Humphreys from Mossman, perhaps not quite surprising to see him at the head of the field here. He was very competitive at the National Championships last year, the silver in the under-17 quad, bronze alongside Leighton Showman in the double, and made the A final of the single in that age category as well. And moving up to the under-19s, and a pretty good job of it the first time of asking. The win in the first division, men's under-19 single scull. Second will go the way Peter Simkovic from Leichhardt. Third to the Newington sculler, Nick Byrne. Fourth to Henry Dobson from Redlands there. Fifth, a slight change from what I had on the draw. Cooper McDonald from Redlands in lane 9. 6 will be Oscar Pearce from Redlands. And then the 2 King's School scullers, Henry Harvey and Will Ralph. So Division 2 of the men's under-19 single well and truly underway now through the 1,000-metre mark. Lane 1, Tristan McDonald from Newington. Lane 2, Endeavour Rowing Club's Jacob Cobley. Lane 3, Redlands' Connor Morrison. Lane 4, Newington's Lewin Whittaker. Lane 5, Remy Wilson from Leichhardt. Lane 6, Jack Hall from King's School. Lane 7, Kaya Nevitt from St Joseph's. Lane 8, Leighton Showman from Mossman Rowing Club. And in lane 9 from the King's School, Prem Sivagangabalan. And we saw Mossman, Ewan Humphreys in the last race take a pretty convincing lead, and we mentioned he had some success at the National Championships last year, and much all that success was alongside the race leader in Division 2, Leighton Showman, was medalist in the under-17 double and quad. And it's 5th in the under-17 single in some pretty testing conditions on the Thursday morning at Lake Barrington earlier this year. But no such testing conditions out here in the waters of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Pretty calm. We had a little bit of a cross breeze just blowing from the south earlier, but that looks to have subsided somewhat. Pretty tight across the field for the minor placing. So Leighton Showman leading Redlands' Colin Morrison by about 15 seconds now. But he is only leading Nevitt from Joey's by 3 seconds, and only a couple of seconds back to Whittaker from Newington and Jack Hall from Kings, Tristan McDonald from Newington, and Prem Sivagangabalan from Kings. There's still a little bit to play for in the closing stages, especially for all these schoolboys that don't do a whole lot of 2K racing in the smaller boats, and things can change quite quickly in these slower boat classes. But I don't think anything's going to change particularly quickly for Leighton Showman from Mossman Rowing Club. He's just about to poke into the red. He's into the red boys. The last 100 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And not having any need to really sprint across the line. It is Leighton Showman who will take the win. I'm sure he'll enjoy that he was a good couple of seconds clear of his club mate Ewan Humphreys in the last race. Second will go the way of the sculler from Redlands as he sat most of the way down the course. Connor Morrison, 11 seconds back. And then the Joey sculler, Kaya Nevitt, in third place. Newington's Lewin Whitaker in fourth. Jack Hall from the King's School in fifth place. Tristan McDonald from Newington in sixth. And Prem Sivagangabalan from the King's School in seventh to round out this second division. Second of 5 of the men's under 19 and under 21 single sculls. Division 3 is underway. Just coming through the 1,000-metre mark. So as Division 3 gets underway down to us, we'll just remind you of one of our new supporters at Rowing New South Wales, Billigence Data Insights, who have been sponsoring the Billigence Youth Digital Insights leaderboard this season, just keeping track of the fastest times in a number of the junior events across the entire season. And previously to today, the fastest time in the schoolboys single was Toby Buckland from Kinross Wallaroy at 7:47.97, but Leighton Showman from Mossman Rowing Club, 7:46.01, has just knocked him off the top spot of the leaderboard there and secured his spot on the Billigence Digital Youth Insights leaderboard. So keep an eye on Rowing New South Wales' social media channels over the coming days to see how that updates. It's hot conditions, hot water. Hot water generally means some quicker times and not a breath of wind out there today. So pretty good conditions for racing at this point in the regatta. But the third division of the under-19 men's single coming at us thick and fast now. On the far side, Thomas Hooper from Redlands, Jed Robinson from Newington in lane 2, Dave King from Kings in lane 3, Oscar Parsons from Kings in lane 4, Max Scales from Glebe in lane 5, Christian Tripolini from Joey's in lane 6, Henry Campbell from Joey's in lane 7, Jeremy Cooper from Newington in lane 8, William Spow from Leichhardt in lane 9, who is currently our race leader from the Glebe sculler in the centre of the course, Maxwell Scales. So William Spow, coached by Isaac Shepherd, Narrabella Bar, over Maxwell Scales from Glebe, coached by Robin Mackney. So into the red boys now, last 100 metres of the course, and tighter race than we've had the last couple, but William Spow from Leichhardt Rowing Club goes Balball in front early and looks to have kept it in front in the closing stages. Big last few strokes now. He's swinging back on things and will extend his lead. Take the victory here in men's under 19 single scull. Another quick time, 7:46.72. That'll be up, ranking pretty highly on the Diligence Digital Youth Insights leaderboard. Maxwell Scales from Glebe in second. Jed Robinson from Newington in third. Christian Tripoloni from St Joey's in fourth. His schoolmate Henry Campbell in fifth. Redlands Thomas Hooper in sixth. First of the two King Scullers, Oscar Parsons in seventh. Newington's Jeremy Cooper in eighth. And Dave King from King's School over in lane 3 in ninth place. So just a reminder, if you are following races here at the Regatta Centre on a bicycle, you do need to wear a helmet. As someone who's worked around bikes for long enough, can preach, just wear the bloody helmet. It's not that big of a deal, and I've seen enough people have lives saved from helmets, so it is the rules here at Cirque. You do need to be wearing a helmet if you are riding a bike. So please make sure if you're on two wheels, you've got a helmet on. And if anyone points that out to you and asks you to wear a helmet, please treat them with the respect and courtesy that all our volunteers do deserve. And speaking of volunteers, a couple of reminders. This is the last New South Wales Regatta of the year. Although we can certainly, if you're hanging around today, we could certainly use a few more volunteers. But we do have a pretty hectic racing schedule over the first couple of months of next year with small boats, Kings PLC Regatta, and then state champs, the schoolboy and schoolgirl heads of the river, and then the national championships. So please, if you're going to be out here all day and you want some of the best seats in the house, we're always after more people in the timing huts. If you've got a boat license, we're always after more boat drivers to help our umpires get around. Making sure we've got enough boat drivers does always help the regatta run a little bit quicker and a little bit more to time. And then, of course, in March, we have the National Championships in Tasmania on the beautiful waters of Lake Barrington. So if you're planning on heading down there as a supporter or even as an athlete with a not too hectic racing schedule, please do consider volunteering at the Australian Rowing Championships. There is, if you head to the Rowing Australia website and follow the prompts, there's a variety of different roles, on water, off water, skilled and unskilled. I'll take this opportunity as well to congratulate my co-commentator at times, Stuart John, who we know is from Canberra, but we don't hold it against him, who was awarded Volunteer of the Year at the Rowing Australia Awards night last night. Stuart's been a great help up in the commentary box for the last couple of years, and also alongside me on our podcast, Rowing Down Under, which you can find wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Music, Spotify, Rowing Down Under. If you can't get enough of hearing me ramble on in the commentary box, you can hear me ramble on your drive home, Rowing Down Under, wherever you get your podcast. But Division 4 of the men's under 19 and under 21 single scull, just under 19s in this event, and looks to be a more hotly contested one than we've had over the last couple of races. That is with probably with exception from our race leader. Lane 2, Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alpha Young, Josh Hewitt, younger brother of Tobias Elias, who was at the Junior World Championships in the double scull alongside Luke Purdy last year. And carrying on the Elias name here for Mossman with an almost certain win at this stage over in the under-19 single scull. I'm going to see 3 in a row. 3 in a row for Mossman. Not quite 3 in a row, but 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4 rather for Mossman in the under-19. Single scull, commanding win there for Forrest Elias and quickest time so far of the morning. 7:43.48. Toby Anderson from Redlands across the line in second. Jasper Patterson from Newington in third. Charles Brand from UTS in fourth. Raphael Cousins from Joey's in fifth place. Very tight for sixth, but it will just be Newington's William Chanter, James Foley from Redlands. Nick Walsh from Kings. And then Harry Irving, also from Kings, in lane 8. So the fifth and final division of the under-19 and under-21 single sculls underway now. We've got 6 under-21 competitors and 3 under-19s in this event. So in lane 1 from Mossman, Harry Coddington, coached by Alfie Young and Josh Hewitt. Lane 2 from UNSW, Will Solicic, coached by Chris Burns and Justin Quigley. Lane 3 from Mossman, I mentioned his brother earlier. We just saw his brother take a win, but Tobias Elias from Mossman, coached by Alfie Young and Josh Hewitt. Ryan Furness from Newcastle Uni in lane 4. Dylan Lee from Leichhardt in lane 5. Zachary Neal from UTS in lane 6. Then 3 under-19 competitors. Charlie Camilleri in lane 7 from the King's School. Jeremy Blatchford from Kings in lane 8. And Connor Hunter from Newington in lane 9. And you can see there through the 1500, that is big Tobias Elias, who's leading this race. It was 4 seconds at the 500. Let's get timings through the 1500 now. And certainly extended that margin over clubmate Harry Coddington on the far side of the course. 7 seconds the margin there. Harry Coddington, I believe, out of Northern Beaches Secondary. Happy to be corrected on that. But Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, Zachary Neal from UTS, Will Solicic from UNSW, Ryan Furness from Newcastle Uni. So our under-21s leading the charge here. And then in the under-19s is Jeremy Blatchford from the King's School leading. Member of the third place, second 8 at the GPS Head of the River last year. Charlie Camilleri sitting in 8th. And the St Joseph Scull, the Newington Sculler rather, on the near side, Connor Hunter in 9th. So leading our under-21s is Tobias Elias, who I'm sure, I mean, he won't know the time that his brother's just done, but I'm sure there'll be a little bit of rivalry there and we'll want to pick things up. He has started to pick things up. He's not really under threat, but he has started to wind on a bit of a charge in the last couple of 100 metres of this race, and I'm sure he'll be looking to get his time up on the Diligence Digital Youth Insights leaderboard. And if he does go any quicker, I believe he'll be sitting at the top of that leaderboard after this event. I think he's going to go significantly quicker. So Tobias Elias, fresh out of the, this probably his first race back since the Junior World Championships in Lithuania a couple of months ago. I'll stand corrected because under 21s, obviously not on the Youth Insights leaderboard. But Tobias Elias, 7:36, and that is quickest time of the day. Does get one up over his brother in the previous race. Harry Coddington in second, 9 seconds back. Dylan Lee from Leichhardt in third. Zachary Neal from UTS in fourth place. Will Selicic from UNSW in fifth, and Ryan Furness from Newcastle Uni in sixth. Tight battle on between the classmates from the King's School, crewmates, I believe, both in the second 8 at the moment. Jeremy Blatchford has led the whole way down the course, and he's responded here to a big charge from Charlie Camilleri. And it is Jeremy Blatchford gets the win in the under-19s over Charlie Camilleri and Connor Hunter from Newington. So race 25 on the program, race 24 rather on the program, well underway and coming at us now, well in that championship quarter, the third 500 metre mark, third 500 metre portion of the race rather. Roseville in lane 2, Emily Wang, Jess Venter. Leichhardt in lane 3, Sophie Moore, Mila Lil-Henville. Askham in lane 4, Camilla Burke, Ingsa Dive. Leichhardt in lane 5, Darcy Turvey, Betsy Lee. Glebe in lane 6, Coco Harley and Charlotte Mulcahy. Mossman in lane 7, Sally and Elizabeth Fanganuku. And in lane 8 from Askham, Ingrid Sabota and Pepper Grenfield. So the Fanganuku sisters backing up after a win in the quad earlier today. The question will be whether they can get it done in both the quad and the double scull here at the Reindeer Regatta. See the Askham crew in lane 4 on the screen there. A combination of Camilla Burke and Ingsa Dive. Ingsa Dive, very accomplished single sculler, coming up through the ranks. Interesting to see what she can do in the under-17 singles later on in this morning's racing and throughout the season as well. I think it is that Askham crew who is leading. They are leading quite comfortably at this stage through the 1500 metre mark. About a length and a half back to Fanganuku sisters from Mossman Rowing Club, 2 girls from Queenwood. Leichhardt's Sophie Moore, Mila Lil-Henville, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. Running third at the 1500 metre mark there. And the second of the Askham crews, Ingrid Sabota and Pepper Grenfell, leading the second of the Leichhardt crews, Darcy Turvey and Betsy Lee. It does look like we're just missing the Glebe crew. We've scratched from this one, Coco Harley and Charlotte Mulcahy not on the course. I think we'll probably say the same of the Roseville crew, who are meant to be in lane 2. Saw some Roseville doubles, possibly with some troubles earlier on. So not out there on the course, maybe using the same boats. Mossman having a charge here in the last quarter of this race. So it has been Askham the whole way down the field, down the course. But Mossman still certainly in touch for the last couple of hundred metres. They've lifted the rating. Askham are having to respond now. Things looking a little bit heavy in the very well-decorated boat from the Askham School. Camilla Burke and Ingsa Dive with the ascendancy as they approach the Red Boys now. So just hitting the Red Boys, they're probably still half a length up, and they have responded now. But Mossman certainly charging in the closing strokes of this race. This will come right down to the line between Mossman and Askham. 2 Fanganuku sisters, they won the quad earlier on today. They certainly want to double up in the double. Get 2 from 2. I think Askham are just going to hold on here right on the line. It is Askham. Camilla Burke and Ingsa Dive just hang on over Mossman. take the win in the women's under 17 double scull. A thrilling finish, 0.51 seconds the margin. So Askham just leading over Mossman. Leichhardt will cross the line in third position. Moore and Lil Henville. And the second of the Askham crews, Sabota and Grenfell in fourth place, and Leichhardt's Darcy Turvey, Betsy Lee in fifth. Okay. Great replay there. It's less than a canvas margin. I reckon if they've just run out of course there, Mossman. If they were, course was 50 metres longer, they probably would have had it there. But turning our attention back down to the course, men's open Coxless 4 out on the track. And we've got three crews in this one. Mossman over in lane 4, Nick Horn, Aidan Riley, Caleb Pells and Colin Young. A composite of Newcastle, Sydney, UTS and Nepean in lane 5. Jason Well from Nepean, Nick Mather from UTS, Fletcher Smith from Sydney, Remy Keats from Newcastle. Then Scots College in lane 6. It's Max Crawford, Thomas Beck, Dean Lowe, Max Berkelau, coached by Judith Ungamak. So this Newcastle composite in the centre of the course, 4 lightweights. And they getting a hit out in the provisional Penrith Cup combination. Of course, crews not selected till much, much later in the season, but these 4 making up the core of the squad for this year. That squad will be led by Peter Warren out of Mossman Rowing Club and Rob Black out of Newington College, and rowing in that Empaka Shell from Nepean Rowing Club. And it is going to be that Penrith Cup squad crew who take the win over Scots College, who I think are having a bit of a time navigating the steering of a Coxless 4, not something they do very often. But Newcastle composite there with the win. Waddell, Mather, Smith and Keats with the Scots College Station 6 come across in second place. Valuable learning experience, the Coxless 4 for boys that generally would only spend too much time in the 8s. And then Mossman over in lane 4 will run third in the men's open Coxless 4. So back to 1,000 metre racing for a little bit now, with a couple of Masters races and some under 16 quads. Have a couple more novice singles and under 16 singles. Then we'll have a few more small boats in the over the 2,000 metre distance. Girls under 19, under 21 singles, boys under 19, under 21 doubles. There's that early morning cloud just starting to burn off now here at the Regatta Centre. 25 degrees now, temperature slowly climbing towards that forecasted low 40s. The race that's underway in front of us, men's Masters pair. Looks like just 3 crews out on the course, with the North Shore combination in lane 4 scratching. So UNSW in lane 3, James Halliday, Andrew McEnroe going off a 29-second handicap, which is certainly a large margin to overcome in the over just 1,000 metres, but a much younger crew than the others in the field. Newcastle in lane 5, Timothy Bland and Anthony Staley, who went off a 10-second handicap. And then going off go is our current race leaders from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark McEwen and Mark Teachin, who coming through the 1,500, still holding that lead. So we'll see what the margin is through the 1,500 metre mark. If it's more than 5 seconds, which I think it is, they've probably done a pretty good job of holding off Newcastle. If it's more than 15 seconds, they've probably done a pretty good job of holding off Glebe. So 18 to Newcastle, so Glebe, of UNSW rather, so Glebe leading 18 seconds back to their nearest rival. Probably set themselves up pretty well in the early stages of this race, taking advantage of that handicap early. As UNSW on the far side, Glebe in the Newcastle rather in the centre of the course, start to hunt them down. Just over 100 metres left to row now, and still the crew from Glebe, McEwen and Teachin, 2 marks, who are still leading. Mark Teachin, club president, and I believe he told me acting captain as well at the moment, so a very busy man today. And that hard work rewarded with a win here, the men's Masters pair. They will hold off chasing crew from UNSW, who went off a 29-second handicap. They've made up 21 seconds of that. Not quite enough. And then the combination from Newcastle, Timothy Bland, Anthony Stanley crossing in third. So back-to-back Masters racings while we're all set up at the 1,000-metre mark. The Women's Masters Coxless 4 underway, 8 crews in contention for this one. A North Shore Leichhardt composite in lane 1 going off a 23-second handicap. Abbotsford in 2 off 19 seconds. Lake Macquarie in 3 off the same handicap, 19 seconds. North Shore in lane 4 and Leichhardt in lane 5 off 14 seconds. North Shore in lane 6 off an 8-second handicap. And the 2 North Shore crews in 7 and 8. Starting off starters orders off go. So with an 8-second advantage over their nearest rivals and 23 over their youngest competitors on the far side of the course. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to be enough for these ladies to hang on. I think these 2 North Shore crews on the near side are 2 halves of the 8 that we saw win earlier. See now with steering to do, and hard to separate the 2 of them with crew in lane 8, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton and Karen Knowles, leading Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Renee Venables and Nikki Blackwell by only about half a length. 11 seconds then back to the next North Shore crew, so not able to make any inroads on the leading crew, but Lake Macquarie, who went off 19-second handicap, just 11 seconds back. So if they can find some pace in the second half of this race, they should be able to make some inroads as well. Don't write off the North Shore Leichhardt composite on the far side. Zeta Briones from North Shore, Nicola Presti from Leichhardt, Catherine Boland from North Shore, and Olivia Tong from North Shore, who are making some inroads on the far side of the course, but there is still some way to go. So these 2 North Shore crews on the near side may still hang on yet. Lake Macquarie as well in the centre of the course. Melanie Sakavaris, Raylee Ison, Michelle Duzel and Trudy McDonald, who went off a 19-second handicap, now probably looking best placed out of those chasing crews. There's still a North Shore crew on the near side of the course here. Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton and Karen Knowles, who are still leading and aren't being challenged by their club mates to their right. The North Shore Leichhardt crew on the far side really moving now. I'd say probably the fastest moving crew on the course, but they have some work to do to try and overcome this North Shore crew. They've turned on the afterburners late in the race. They're still best part of 3/4 of a length back in the closing stages, and I think it is going to be North Shore in lane 8 who are going to take this out. They had the handicap, but were able to capitalise in the early stages. Done enough to hang on. North Shore in lane 8, North Shore Leichhardt in lane 1 for second. Lake Macquarie in lane 3 for third. North Shore in lane 7 for fourth. North Shore in lane 4 from fifth. North Shore in lane 6 for sixth. And Leichhardt in lane 5 for seventh. And then over in lane 2 is the Abbotsford crew, who round out this field in 8th place. And slightly different in age going forward to the next few races with the men's under 16 Cox quads underway. We'll have 3 divisions of this one. And full fleet, we've got almost full fleet, 8 crews across in this race. So get ready for them to come out as thick and fast, and they are hardly separated at this stage as they come into the halfway mark. Redlands in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, then Scots, St Augustine's, Newington, Scots, Redlands and Kings. Was Redlands at the 500 metre mark, only narrowly over Kings, Scots and Newington, and then anyone's pick between the three crews on the far side of the course from Newington, Scots, Redlands and St Augustine's trailing in 8th place. So all eyes will be on the two crews on the grandstand side of the course here between Kings and Redlands. Kings boys, this is half of their Year 10-8 that's had some good results so far this season. The Redlands boys though, William Whitelaw, Emilio Dressler, James Dorey and Oliver Stojanovic, and Karate Benoliel, the coxswain. This is their boat. They do spend more time in the quad scull, the Cox quad, and a number of those boys have been out in singles and doubles already this morning. So certainly the form crew, but Kings not letting them have it all their own way as they race them hard on the near side of the course. The nearest challenger would be Scots in lane 7, Carmichael, Soste, Stewart, Lyons and Ashby, but I don't think they're going to make any inroads in the last 125 metres of this race that they're into at the moment. It is Redlands from Kings, from Scots from Newington. Tight for 3rd and 4th. Redlands just starting to show their bow ball. Kings have lifted now. They're pushing in the closing strokes of this race. Redlands responding. Redlands from Kings. Kings, Zane, Curtin, Hannah, Collier, Dawson, coached by Sam Dugan. Just narrowly behind by about a quarter of a boat length. Kings moving faster. This is a big surge on the line. Kings and Redlands. It's been Redlands the whole way down the course. Kings have gone. Redlands have responded. It is bow ball to bow ball. It is going to be tight on the line. I think it's just Kings over Redlands. Got unofficial results, Redlands over Kings. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. 3rd going to Newington over Scots. A good finish from them. Then Redlands, Scots, Newington and St Augustine. So we'll wait to bring you the confirmation of results there. So it certainly wasn't 0.56. It looks like Kings on the replay, but we'll wait and confirm the results of that one. So Division 2 of the men's under-16 Cox Quad underway. We'll bring you those results from the last race once we've got them, but Division 2, slightly fewer crews, but Newington over in Station 2, Shoalhaven in 3, St Augustine's in 4, Scots in 5, Newington in 6 and Scots in 7. So 2 Newington, 2 Scots, St Augustine's and Shoalhaven in this event. So confirming those results of race 28, first division of the under-16 quad, that was the King's School over Redlands by 0.12 of a second. So Division 2 coming at us now, and just about to come through the 500 metre mark. And Newington and Redlands over on the far side of the course there doing battle, separated by just a canvas. Newington from Shoalhaven, rather, not Redlands, Newington from Shoalhaven, from the second Newington crew there in lane 4, from St Augustine's, from Scots, and then the Scots crew in lane 7. So all to play for in the lead. Top 3 crews separated by only about 3/4 of a boat length at the halfway point. In these under 16 quads, things can change very, very quickly indeed. There's still Newington from Shoalhaven. I'm sure it would be a great scalp for Shoalhaven. Much smaller club than the Newington program in terms of their junior athletes. It'd be a great scalp for them to get up over boys from Stanmore. Now it looks like Shoalhaven just lifting now in the closing strokes of this race. Newington, I mean, not quite finding the rhythm and the unity there on the far station. Shoalhaven have got their bow ball in front. They'll have to, the Newington crew over in lane 2, we'll have to look out for the Newington crew from lane 6 who are coming at them strong, as are St Augustine's. I think will probably be between this lead Newington crew over in lane 3 and Shoalhaven in lane 4. So Shoalhaven, Betty Danaher, Nate Erskine, Rory Dixon, Hugo Gollan, Zara Erskine, the Cox, coached by David Eddington, Catherine McKeever, who have paced this race well. They were behind at the 500, but are now best part of 3/4 of a boat length in front of the boys from Newington. It's Sheringham, Wilson, Bourne, Rogan and August Conejo. And it is Shoalhaven in lane 3. Just shy of a boat length. Take the win in this second division. Men's under 16, Cox quad from Newington in second, and it'll be Newington in third as well over St Augustine's. And then Scots in lane 5 and Scots in lane 7. So we'll have one more division of the under 16 quad coming at us, with 2 crews from Redlands, 2 crews from Scots, and looks like just 1 crew from Newington. Crew in lane 4, Robert Smallcost, Squires, Cooper, Fay has scratched. And pretty calm conditions down there at the start, making life easy for our boat race officials. The Newington crew in lane 6 just be asked to stop, as they have responded well. They are bang on the 1,000 metre mark there. I'll try and the other crews to bring themselves up, just drift up to the line. This could be a pretty good work from the aligners down at the 1,000 metre hut. Yeah, Redlands crew in lane 5 will just have to bring it up with them. See the Scots boys getting into the festive spirit. Tinsel and reindeer antlers all over their boat. Not sure about the tinsel on the bow ball. That might inadvertently give a bit of drag if that touches the water, but we'll see how that goes. And the face paint too from the Scots boys. How good's that? Now we're off and underway. Fairly even start across the board. Scott's there on the near side in lane 7. Getting away well. That's Samuel Stevens, Arthur Fletcher, Benedict Van Zeller and Lachlan Liu. Edward Bowen, the coxswain. So you can see that Scott's crew in lane 3. The tinsel just kicking up a little bit of spray. The coxswain there, Benjamin McLeavy, might be getting a little bit wet from that actually. As they come to the finish and the bow of the boat sinks down into the water, it's just touching the water a little bit. And just slow them down a little bit. It's the crew to their right from Newington, from Redlands rather. William Morley, Xander Morley, Joshua Dick Yuan, Jack Carey, Liv Goodland, the coxswain, who have made the best things in the opening exchanges. But we'll wait and see the crews from the near side of the course come into the shot, because I think the Newington crew there in lane 6. So we're right up there as well, as are Scots in lane 6. So all still to play for here, but Redlands doing the best job of things in the first half of the race. Couple lengths clear now of Newington and Scots. Did mention earlier on in the morning we did have a little bit of a cross breeze, but it's certainly settled right down as we get right into the middle of our morning session with Redlands not really enjoying any advantage in terms of wind, but certainly enjoying the advantage they've worked for. Morley, Yarn, Carey and Goodland extending that lead over Newington's Toby Hine, Winston Huang, Henry Kershaw McDonald, Zach Thompson and Max Flannery, the Cox, who now look to have dispatched with the boys from the Scots College. Samuel Stevens, Arthur Fletcher, Benedict Van Zeller, Lachlan Liu and Edward Bowen. It's then the second Scots crew, a little bit further back with that tinsel all over the bow ball and all over the boat of Harrison Dada, Xiao Tan, Oscar Marcella, Petros Tinas and Benjamin McLevy, the coxswain. And the crew from Redlands in the centre of the course, Lincoln Morrison, Sam O'Sullivan, Charles Halliday, Leo Carroll and Edward Gridham rounding out the field at this stage. But it is all about this Newington crew, all about this Redlands crew rather, over in lane 2, who have been a class above the rest of the field in this third division men's under 16 quad. William Morley, Xander Morley, Joshua Yarn, Jack Carey and Liv Goodland take the win, an unchallenged win. This third division men's under 16 quad scull. Newington will hang on for second place Bit of battle unfolding. We've had a mechanical issue in the near side Scott's boat, so the tinsel adorned boat in lane 3 is now doing battle with just 3 athletes in lane 7, but the trod in lane 7 will hang on just. An oar pop out of the gate, the stroke seat there. Moving back to our small boats for a little bit now. We've got back to the novice athletes with full fleet of, almost full fleet. We had 9 listed crews. The women's novice single scull here. Maybe just a couple are down on a full fleet of 9 across the field, with UNSW sculler in lane 9 having scratched, but over on the far side of the course, Charlotte Mulcahy from Glebe, Grace Zammit from Abbotsford in lane 2, Tony Meek from Redlands in lane 3, Darcy Moody from Askham in lane 4, Julia Mitchell from UNSW in lane 5, Lily Carey from Redlands in 6, Zuran Zhao from UNSW in lane 7, and Arabella Simpson from Balmain in lane 8. I think we may have had a few scullers straying slightly out of their course, with a little bit of steering having to be done. Some guidance having to be given by our fantastic boat race officials over there on the far side of the course. But looks like Arabella Simpson from Balmain on the near side. Let's just distance ourselves from any troubles there. Sculler from UNSW, a few boats across. Looks like Julia Mitchell in lane 5. Running second at this stage, and the sculler to her right from Askham, Darcy Moody, with the Santa hat on. Just keeping herself out of all that steering drama in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yeah, so Glebe, Abbotsford, Redlands. Just getting caught up in that drama on the far side of the course there. But Arabella Simpson, coached by Michael Kemp from the Balmain Rowing Club, has not been troubled by those steering issues that are going on the far side of the course that can sometimes characterise these novice single scull races. You can see the flag waving in front of the camera there on the umpire's boat. But, it's just a little bit of steering direction being given to our scullers on the far side of the course. But Arabella Simpson from Balmain, she'll book her ticket out of the novice category with a win here today at the Reindeer Regatta. Arabella Simpson first across the line. UNSW sculler in lane 5. Julia Mitchell, coached by Emma Cox and Justin Quigley, across second. And it'll be the sculler from Askham in lane 4, Darcy Moody. Who will finish in 3rd place ahead of Redlands. Redlands represented by Lily Carey there, and UNSW in lane 7, Zuran Zhao. And then a little bit of steering and in the drink in the last 100 metres. It's not the way that you want to end the race, but Redlands' Tony Meek getting across the line there. And I think that was the Glebe Sculler on the far side of the course there. So Abbotsford's Grace Zammit making her way across the line, but that is the Glebe Sculler there of Charlotte Mulcahy, just coming unstuck right at the finish line. Hopefully we can get her out of the way before the next race comes down, because the next race is bearing down on us fairly quickly with just about 250 metres left to go for our leading scullers. Division 2, the women's novice single scull, Coco Harley from Glebe in lane 1, Ellie Zammit from Abbotsford in lane 2, Junji Shi from UNSW in lane 3, Jackie West from St George in lane 4, Clemmy Jeston from Redlands in 5, Annabelle Armstrong from Glebe in 6, Brielle McNabb from Redlands in 7, Lisa Hewer from UNSW in 8, and Molly Whiteway from Redlands in lane 9. It is that Glebe sculler, Annabelle Armstrong, who is leading at this stage of the race. So a little bit more steering this time on the grandstand side of the course in this second division. It is no trouble for Annabelle Armstrong from Glebe, nor is it trouble for UNSW's Lillian Koloff, I believe. UNSW's Junji Shi runner, if I look at the right race, over in lane 3, who's running second. And Annabelle Armstrong from Glebe Rowing Club. We'll take her last couple of strokes across the line here. Junji Shi from UNSW will finish second, and we'll probably have to have a look around her pretty quick smart as to not to come across a capsized Glebe sculler quite quickly. St George will come across the line third with Jackie West, coached by Mark Featherston. Second Glebe sculler there, Coco Harley on the far side of the course. Redlands in lane 5. Clemmy Jeston. UNSW in lane 8, Lisa Hewer. And over in lane 2, Ellie Zammit from Abbotsford. Just making her last couple of strokes across the line. She'll be in front of Molly Whiteway from Redlands. Third and final division underway of the women's novice single scull. Balmain Rowing Club on the far side. So we do have a full field in this race, 9 scullers out on the water. And the Scarlett Swanson from Balmain, Lillian Kohlhoff from UNSW, Maddie Barnes from Redlands, Isabel Barwick from UNSW, Kira Sabir from Glebe, Maggie Nasser from Redlands, Jess Hawes from Glebe, Scarlett Guthrie from Leichhardt, and Ella Forsyth from Redlands on the near side of the course. That's the sculler in lane 7 from Glebe. Jessica Hawes is looking to make it 2 in a row for Glebe Rowing Club. If umpire boat is out of the way after assisting the Redlands sculler before. I believe that Redlands sculler is from the previous race. So that's the Redlands sculler from the previous race, Brielle McNabb, who's just going to get it out of the way. Whereas we've got Glebe's Jessica Hawes leading this Division 3 of the women's novice single scull. Oh, we've had a tinsel mishap in the Redlands, on the Redlands boat. Obviously we want to be festive, but we don't need to be... looks like we've just had the buzzer go for the wrong sculler there. That was sculler from the wrong race, but Glebe Rowing Club there in lane 7. Jessica Hawes first across the line. She'll have a pretty impressive margin on the results from that one. Second across the line in lane 4 from St George, Jackie West, coached by lane 4 from UNSW, Isabel Barwick. Balmain, Scarlett Swanson in 3rd place, Glebe's Kira Sabir in 4th. UNSW's Lillian Koloff in 5th. Redlands, Maddie Barnes in 6th. Leichhardt's Scarlett Guthrie in 7th. Redlands Ella Forsyth in 8th. And looks like we just had a mishap with the last sculler on our list. Was Maggie Nasser from Redlands, who is back in the boat and will complete the race shortly. So we look to get underway in not too long for the under 16 women's single scull. So we are underway, the women's under 16 single scull. 8 crews out on the course, maybe just the 7, scratching from Glebe. In lane 1, Jess Rebillard from Ascombe. Lane 2, Millie Hawkins from Roseville. Pearl Brown from Redlands in 3. Charlotte Butlin from Penrith in 4. Lara Dwyer from Nepean in 5. Lily Brennan from Roseville in 6. And Miller Sablina from Nepean in lane 8. And that vacant lane 7. At the the moment, we've got 3 leading crews in the centre of the course. Looks like Pearl Brown from Redlands, Charlotte Butlin from Penrith Rowing Club, and Lara Dwyer from Nepean going toe-to-toe through the 500-metre mark. You can see on the screen there the Redlands sculler, Pearl Brown, with the number 3 on the bow and the Santa hat on. Leading by just over an 8 boat length from Lara Dwyer from Nepean, and Penrith's Charlotte Butlin a bit over a boat length behind her. So certainly Pearl Brown with the ascendancy. So it looks like as we approach the last 300 metres or so of this race, this is the sculler from Redlands, who've been very well represented out here today, who has still got the ascendancy and looks to be relatively unchallenged coming into the closing strokes of this race. Just now crossing into the red boys the last 100 metres is Pearl Brown. And then the battle of the locals between Nepean and Penrith rowing clubs. It is Pearl Brown from Redlands leading all the way across the line. 2 legs back, Nepean, Lara Dwyer, and then Charlotte Butlin from Penrith Rowing Club in 3rd. Over on the far side of the course from Ascombe, Jessra Billiard. She'll cross the line in 4th place. The second in the Nepean scullers, Mia Miller Sablina in lane 8 there. Just holding off a bit of a charge. The Roseville sculler in lane 2 is Sablina from Nepean. From Hawkins from Roseville. We might just be waiting on Lily Brennan from Roseville to complete this race, who is back up and running again after some assistance from the umpire a little bit further down the course. The second division of the women's under-16 single underway now. Again, a very well subscribed event here at the Reindeer Regatta with 7 crews underway. Just one scratching from the glebe sculler in the centre of the course, but on the far side, Eleanor Foster from Roseville, Annalise Beattie from Redlands in 2, Alicia Jenkins from Roseville in 3. Those 3 fairly tightly matched at this stage in the race. Ascombe's Jess Brown in 5. Penelope Curry from Mossman in 6 is currently leading this race. Elise Currell from Nepean in 7, and Sonia Johns from Leichhardt in lane 8. As we just have our Roseville sculler from the previous race come across the line now. It's pretty tight in this second division of the under-16 single scull. Our race leader fairly well decided at this stage. It would take some disaster. Maybe almost just gave a bit of commentator's curse there as our race leader from Mossman in the centre of the course just catches a little crab. That's given the chasing pack a bit of an opportunity to close that gap, but I don't think it's going to worry her too much as Penelope Curry from Mossman regains that composure and just starts to push away again in the closing strokes. I would suggest a Queenwood athlete moonlighting as a Mossman athlete there with judging by the oars. Another one coached by Alfie Young, who heads up both those programs, and it is Penelope Curry from Mossman across the line first. Annalise Jenkins from Roseville just narrowly ahead of Annalise Beattie. Sorry, Alicia Jenkins ahead of Annalise Beattie from Redlands. Eleanor Foster from Roseville in fourth. Jess Brown from Askham in fifth. And Elise Currell from Penn in sixth place. And Leichhardt Sculler in lane 8, Sonia Johns in 7th place to round out this second division. The women's under-16 single scull. Everyone upright and across the line. Always good to see. The last of our 1,000-metre races for a little while underway now. Division 3 of the women's under-16 single scull. 6 crews for this one. Scarlett Coles from Redlands over in lane 1. Poppy Mallet from Askham in lane 3. Maya Edwards from Nepean in lane 4. Ilaria Roberto from Roseville in lane 5. Jess Venter also from Roseville in lane 6. Isabel Wimpole from Redlands in 7. And Madeline Barrett from Glebe in lane 8. So tight for the minor placings here at the halfway mark. Scarlett Coles from Nepean from Redlands leading Maya Edwards from Nepean. Isabel Wimpole from Redlands sitting back in third by less than 1/10 of a second. Madeline Barrett from Glebe running fourth. Roseville's Ilaria Roberto in fifth. And Askham's Poppy Mallet in sixth place. So this third division coming out of thick and fast. Last race of the under-16 single sculls. It's currently going the way of the Redland Sculler on the far side of the course. She's Scarlett Coles, who was leading at the 500 metre mark. It is still tight between the Pans Myra Edwards and second Redland Sculler Isabel Wimpole in lane 7. Redland Sculler just coming a little bit unstuck there in the far side of the course is Scarlett Coles, but I don't think it'll be enough to dent her chances at a win here in the under-16 single. Just 3 or 4 more strokes to the line and she'll have it. The question is, who's going to cross the line in second? Is it going to be the Nepean Sculler in lane 4? Or is it going to be the Redland Sculler in 7? It is going to be Nepean's Myra Edwards over Isabel Wimpole in 7. Gleb's Madeline Barrett in lane 8. Finished 4th. Ascom's Poppy Mallet in 5th. And Roseville's Ilaria Roberto in 6th place. And we will shortly move back down to the 2,000 metre starting line. Get underway with some double sculls racing. And a few singles. It's mostly small boats for the next little while. Back to our quads at the end of the hour or so. So as we return back to 2,000 metre racing, the men's under-17 double scull has just gotten underway down at the 2,000 metre start line. A couple of scratchings from this one, so just 4 crews in contention. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3, Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson. Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr, the dynamic coaching duo there. Lane 4 from Glebe is scratched. Lane 5, Gus O'Sullivan and Christopher Ferros from Redlands. Lane 6, Oliver Kennedy and Daniel Corrigan from St Augustine's. And in lane 7, Hugo Stedman and Rurai McLaughlin from Redlands. And those 3 crews on the near side of the course going stroke for stroke in the opening exchanges here of the men's under-17 double scull. So getting a good view there of crew that look to be our leading contenders in this under-17 double scull race at the 1,000-metre mark from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson with, well, a whole camera shot's worth of lead. There's a significant margin back to our trailing three crews, which is headed up by the Redlands crew in lane 5, Gus O'Sullivan and Christopher Ferros. Then St Augustine's lane 1, Kennedy and Corrigan. And then Redlands in lane 7, Hugo Stedman, Rory McLaughlin. Some way separating each of those four crews. They come across in lane order. Although no crosswind determining that, just by chance how they've been drawn. There's still gorgeous conditions out here, starting to heat up as the sun comes out in the middle of this morning. Just about to touch 29 degrees, so certainly starting to get warm. So if you've got races coming up, spending some time in the shade with plenty of water, electrolytes, sunscreen, hats, long sleeves, etc. Has Santa suits on. Maybe not the Santa, maybe ditch the Santa suits for the rest of today's racing as it starts to heat up. It will get pretty tough out there in the hotter conditions. But not fazed by the conditions. Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson from Leichhardt there, comfortably in the lead of this under-17 double. So things relatively unchanged as we approach, or we're into the red boys now for our race leaders of the men's under-17 double scull. It is Leichhardt, Soren Anderson, Luca Wilson. Take their last 3 or 4 very comfortable looking strokes towards the line. In the men's under-17 double scull, it'll be Leichhardt Rowing Club take a Clearwater win as it was at the 1,000-metre mark. Much to the adoration of the crowds on the banks. Redlands lifting to hold off a late charge from St Augustine's. Gus O'Sullivan, Christopher Ferros for second. St Augustine's, Kennedy and Corrigan in third, and the second Redlands crew on the near side there. Hugo Stedman, Rory McLaughlin in 4th place. So onto the single sculls now. It is race 38, Division 1 of the women's under-19 single scull. Newcastle Grammar over in lane 1. Roxana Brown, coached by Jack Handley and Jenna Order. Sydney Uni in lane 2 is Scratch. Roseville in lane 3, Abigail Kelly. Redlands in lane 4, Alana Winder. Mossman in lane 5, Elise Coates. Paddy Boland in lane 6 is Scratch. Mossman in lane 7, Eloise Stevens. Askham in lane 8, Isabel Bugg. And Freda Kirkham from Mossman in lane 9. So star-studded field here with a couple of athletes who've had a fair bit of success at the National Championships over the last couple of years. Elise Coates leading Eloise Stevens at the 1,000-metre mark from Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar. So Elise Coates was third in the under-19 single at the National Championships last year. All three of these Mossman girls out on the course combined in the quad and came second in that one at that event as well. And we'll see that quad out racing later on this morning as well. But Eloise Coates 4.3 seconds up over Eloise Stevens. So it was Mossman 1 and 2 at this stage of the race. They approached 1,500 metres. That was Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar, who had a good weekend last week at the Sprint Championships. And still just absolutely gorgeous conditions out here for racing here at the Reindeer Regatta, the final regatta of the calendar year before the Christmas break. It's great to see as much dress up as possible going on. Still Elise Coates from Eloise Stevens, by just extending that margin slightly, 5.57 seconds. The margin at the 1,500 metre mark. I can't imagine that turning around anytime soon. Tight for third at the moment. Roxana Brown just leading the sculler from Redlands. Alana Winder over Freda Kirkham from Mossman, sitting back in 5th place. And some way back, Isabel Bugg from Askham, her second run down the course today. She was in a double in her glebe colours, so a quick change of Zudi. Out in the single scull, Abigail Kelly from Roseville rounding out the field at this stage of the race. So barring disaster, this does look to be Elise Coates' race to lose. As mentioned, bronze in the under-19 single scull at the National Championships last year. And then the year before, was quite successful in the under-17 single scull. Yes, quite successful, winning that event by a good, comfortable margin from Patricia Boland, who did scratch from this race. But Elise Coates with a pretty commanding lead here in the closing stages of this race. Watch out for Freda Kirkham on the near side, who could be challenging to make it a Mossman 1, 2 and 3 in this first division. The women's under-19 single scull, and not really needing to lift too much across the line. No threat coming from her clubmate. Elise Coates will take the win. Second place will go the way of Eloise Stevens. It is tight for third. It's been Roxana Brown all the way down the course. Alana Winder from Redlands challenging now. They are stroke for stroke in these last 20 metres of the course. It's going to be very, very tight indeed across the line, and it's not too often that I don't want to call it, but that is far too close to call for third place. Freda Kirkham from Mossman will certainly be 5th. We'll wait for the results of the photo finish there between Roxana Brown and Alana Winder. Izzy Bugg from Askham in 6th place. and Roseville's Abigail Kelly in 7th. So Division 2 is now into the second 1,000 metres of the race in the women's under-19 single scull. Isabel Campbell from Redlands over in lane 1. Lane 2, Mossman scratched. Giselle Dwayser from Glebe in lane 3. Mossman lane 4 is scratched. Chloe Franklin from Roseville in lane 5. Leichhardt's Emily Devlin in lane 6. Mossman's Lottie Raverstein in lane 7. Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt in lane 8. And Tanya Hornby from Mossman in lane 9. At the 1,000 metre mark was Lottie Raverstein from Mossman over Isabel Campbell from Redlands and Tanya Hornby from Mossman. Some margin separating second and third, but only a bit over a boat length between first and second at that point in the race. It does look like Mossman Scull has maybe just eked out a little bit more advantage now, a bit of clear water separating her stern and the bow ball of Isabel Campbell. So I mentioned that Mossman quad that won the under-17 quad a couple of years ago and won the silver in the under-19 quad last year. We'll see them out this year. Or today rather, in the under-19 quad later on in this morning's program. And Lottie Raverstein was the fourth member of that quad, or is the fourth member of that quad, from the resurgent Mossman Rowing Club junior program. So she has just eked out a little bit of extra margin there. 6 seconds over Isabel Campbell. Tanya Hornby from Mossman trailing back in third, leading Giselle Dwayser from Glebe, Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt, Chloe Franklin from Roseville, and Emily Devlin from Leichhardt as well. So as we come into the red boys now, first and second into the red boys, it is Lottie Raverstein from Mossman Rowing Club, continuing her charge. And she will take the win in this second division of the women's under-19 single scull. Second will go the way of the sculler from Redlands, who shares a boat shed, or at least a launching pontoon, with the Mossman girls. Isabel Campbell there in second. Tanya Hornby from Mossman in third place, a couple of lengths clear of the sculler from Glebe, Giselle Dwayser. Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt in fifth. And then it'll be the Roseville sculler, Chloe Franklin in sixth place, and Emily Devlin from Leichhardt in seventh. So Division 3 of Women's Under-19 single consolidated, and those girls moved back into Divisions 1 and 2. That has allowed us to move back up and get back closer to on time in our program as we move to the Under-21 Women's Singles Scull. And just one scratching from that under-21 division, but 6 crews, or 6 scullers out on the course. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Charlotte Steele. Lane 3 from Sydney University, Audrey Stigter. Lane 4 from UTS, Charlotte Rogers. Lane 5 from Sydney Uni, Alice McCready. Lane 6 from Sydney Uni, Georgina Stevenson. And Sienna Morgan from UTS in lane 7. At the moment, looks to be Alice McCready from Sydney University Boat Club doing battle with Georgina Stevenson from the same club. So a bit of intra-club rivalry going on here between the two Sydney Uni girls. Alice McCready moving down to Sydney to study after coming out of Newcastle Grammar. Now holding off Georgina Stevenson. Third place looks to be occupied at the moment by Sienna Morgan from UTS. Charlotte Rogers from UTS in 4th. And then the 2 other Sydney Uni scullers, Charlotte Steele and Audrey Stigter, just trailing at the back of the field at the moment. And all the Sydney Uni scullers here, coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. Those two doing a great job in the City Women's program these days after Alpha Young moved on to Mossman Rowing Club, or back to Mossman Rowing Club, I should say. It is going to be Alice McCready from Sydney Uni, who has extended her lead over clubmate Georgina Stevenson. We'll take the win in the under-21 women's single scull, so a boat class to watch out for, seeing who will gain selection in the New South Wales Youth 8 next year. So Alice McCready from Georgina Stevenson, 1st and 2nd. Sienna Morgan from UTS in 3rd place. 4th will go to her fellow UTS sculler, Charlotte Rogers. And then a little bit closer between the 2 Sydney Uni scullers at the back of the field, but Charlotte Steele doing the better job there, leading Audrey Stigter. And an interesting race in prospect in race 42, the next one on the course, approaching the 1,000-metre mark now. The men's under-19 and under-21 double scull, so 2 under-21 crews and a bunch of under-19s in this race. It is the 2 under-19 crews leading this race at the moment. So on the far side of the course, in the under-21s, we've got UTS's Zachary Neal and Charles Brand, and then a Manning River composite with Newcastle University Boat Club, Ryan Furness from Newcastle, Hayden McPhillamy from Manning River. And then the under-19s, we've got Joey's in lane 4, Thomas Curran and Fred O'Hara. St Augustine's in lane 5, Lockie Schofield and Rory Parker. Lane 6 from the King's School, Lockie Rogers and Lockie Tyndall. Leichhardt in lane 7, Peter Simkovich, William Spow. Sydney Uni in lane 8, Charlie Slack and Bryn Potter. And then Scott's in lane 9, Dean Lowe and Max Berkelow. But at the 1,000-metre mark, it was the King's School just narrowly, very narrowly in fact, 0.66 of a second ahead of Lockie Schofield and Rory Parker from St Augustine's. So Rogers and Tyndall, who both in their second year in the first 8 at the King's School. Lockie Tyndall, who a couple of years ago was silver medalist in the under-17 single scull. Lockie Rogers is certainly an up-and-coming talent in the single scull as well. Younger brother of Will, who represented Australia at the Junior World Champs a couple of years ago in the single scull. And it is that King's Screw, Lockie Rogers and Lockie Tyndall, who have moved ahead in the championship quarter in the third 500 metre mark as they approach the 1500 there, leading by just over a boat length from Lachlan Schofield and Rory Parker. And then it is some clear water back to Joey's boys, Thomas Curran and Fred O'Hara. Those two out of the Joey's first 8. And then very tight for 4th and 5th UTS. Zachary Neal and Charles Brand, the under-21s, just ahead of Leichhardt's under-19, Peter Simkovich and William Spow. Scots running behind them, Dean Lowe and Max Berklow, and then the Manning River Composite with Newcastle Uni rounding out the field at the moment. So the question is, can St Augustine's respond? Do they have any answer to that third 500 push? The crew makes up some momentum in that third 500. It can often be very, very difficult for anyone to overcome. And I would suggest that would be the case for Lockie Schofield and Rory Parker, but Lockie Rogers and Lockie Tyndall. Lots of Lockies and Lachlan's at the head of the field in this under-19 double scull race. The two Kings boys certainly not phased by having another race in the 8s coming up shortly. Just caught a little bit of a digger sort of stroke there. They're in a little bit of wash from a previous umpire's boat there as they approach the last 100 metres. But into the red boys now, Lockie Rogers and Lockie Tyndall. St Augustine's throwing everything at it in the closing strokes, but I don't think it will be enough. They're still just over a boat length behind. Two Kings boys not quite responding. Just cruise across the line there. Lockie Rogers, Lockie Tyndall take the win over Rory Parker and Lachlan Schofield. Thomas Curran and Fred O'Hara from Joey's in 3rd place. It is Leichhardt's under-19s, Simkovich and Spow, who get up over UTS's under-21s in Neal and Bran. The two Scots boys, Lau and Berkalow, running in 6th, and the Manning River Newcastle Uni Composite, Furness and McPhillamy in 7th place. So 2nd division of the under-19 doubles coming up next, and they are just through the 1,000 metre mark now. Lane 1 from the King's School, Sam McLean and Gus Collins. Lane 2 from St Joey's, lane 2 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee, Remy Wilson. Lane 4 from Kings, Jeremy Blatchford, Oscar Parsons. Lane 4 from St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare and Hamish Wise. Lane 5 from Joey's, Lewis Banuska and Joseph Lane. Hugo Yates and Hamish Matthews from Kings in lane 4. Banjo Kirkham and Rocco Griffiths from Mossman in lane 7. And Glebes, Josh Dallimore and Maxwell Scales in lane 8. And it was the Kings pairing of Sam McLean and Gus Collins through the 1,000 metre mark, 3:32. With just over a second clear of Banuska and Lane from St Joseph's. Did have someone message in on the Row New South Wales social media channels asking how good the prodigy of Joseph Lane is looking, and on the screen there, looking pretty good, but trailing in 2nd place at the moment to the combination from the King's School. of McLean and Collins on the far side of the course. The Joe's crew might have just put on a bit of a push in the third 500. They're right up with them. And I'd say this will go all the way down to the line. There's still overlap here at the 1500. Just a little bit of overlap, only a second and a half between those two crews. So some hard racing here in the under-19 single sculls. And it's hard to pick from the commentary box when the crews are separated by a few lanes in between them. It does still, to me, look like McLean and Collins on the far side, leading over Benuska and Lane from St. Joseph's in the centre of the course there. Race for the minor placings is on with St. Augustine's Henry O'Hare and Hamish Wise currently leading that charge from the Mossman duo, Banjo Kirkham and Rocco Griffiths. And, the Kings combination of Jeremy Blatchford and Oscar Parsons. We're just trying to challenge the Glebe crew on the near side, Dallimore and Scales. But as they come into the Red Boys, it is still McLean and Collins out of the Kings' first 8. Sam McLean was house leader of that crew last year. Gus Collins coming out of the second 4, got a podium at the head of the river last year. And those two can take the win, make it 2 in a row for the King's School in the under-19 double sculls. Sam McLean and Gus Collins extending that margin over Joey's in the last 500, taking a good 2 lengths out of them just in the last 500 metres alone. Lewis Benuska and Joseph Lane in second. And St. Augustine's in third, Mossman fourth, Glebe, and then the 2 Kings combinations in 6th and 7th. So as we progress with the day, at last check, 31 degrees is rising very quickly. It's gone up 3 degrees in the last half hour. It is getting very warm out there, and we're forecast to get to some pretty high temperatures in the next couple of hours, and it is rising quickly. So just a reminder from our boat race officials who observed not too many hats or anything going on. So if you are racing this afternoon, especially if you've got more than one race left, please make sure you've got a hat on. Taking extra water out there with you. It is getting hotter quite quickly, so don't be surprised if by the time you get on the water it's another 4 or 5 degrees hotter than it is right now. So please do be prepared. Drink a little bit more water than you think you need to. Take water with you in the boat if you're not already. And we'll please keep an eye on phones and everything. We are likely to, we'll send out some alerts as the temperatures increase and we get into our heat management plan if we need to reshuffle anything or cancel or suspend any races in certain age groups. We will do that later on in the day. But back onto the course now, definitely not cancelled or suspended, the women's under 17 single scull. The last of our 2,000 metre races for a little while before we go back to some 1,000-metre racing. We'll have some quads and some singles. We'll go back to a couple of 2K races, and we'll have our 8s out on the water in about half an hour, 40 minutes time, which is set for some very exciting racing later on in this morning's program. But at the moment, the women's under-17 single scull. Ava Baker from Mossman in lane 2, Emily Wang from Roseville in lane 3, Sophie Moore from Leichhardt in lane 4, Heidi Heap from Mossman in lane 5, Inksa Dive from Askham in lane 6, Darcy Turvey from Leichhardt in lane 7. And at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Heidi Heap from Mossman leading Inksa Dive from Askham by about 4.5 seconds. Heidi Heap, who took a fantastic bronze in the Year 10 schoolgirl single at the head of the river last year, it was by absolutely nothing, to the point where she was even late to the podium because hadn't realised that she was gotten that bronze medal. But looking like a bronze medal in this race as she extends that lead in the third 500. Inksa Dive from Askham, we saw out in the double scull earlier today, taking a good win. Currently running second, and Clearwater ahead of Ava Baker from Mossman on the far side of the course. So Heidi Heap extending that lead at the 1,500 metre mark with 8 seconds clear of the Askham sculler now. Sophie Moore from Leichhardt in lane 4, running third, in some way clear as well of the crew on the sculler on the far side of the course, Ava Baker from Mossman. So I've been asked on the fantastic little text line on the Rowing New South Wales Instagram stories what my prediction is for the GPS head of the river in both the 8s, first, second and third. It is a little bit early to be giving those predictions, I reckon. It's not something I'm going to have a lot of confidence in until later on in the season. I think my one tip is I think that the podium will have the same 3 crews on it. Maybe Shaw, St Ignatius, Kings, Joey's maybe a challenge, but it's very hard to tell this early stage in the season the order of those 3. So you'll have to stay tuned on jrn.news. We'll publish all our predictions throughout the season, and the Rowing Down Under podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Music, all the rest of it. And then you'll hear my thoughts and predictions on those races as we get a little bit closer towards the action. Or you can just keep an eye on the Green and Gold Rugby Forum if you like chaos, but it's a little bit hard to get into that one now. But out on the course, under 17, women's single scull. So it is Heidi Heap from Mossman Rowing Club who takes the win there, extending her lead all the way down the course over Inksa Dive from Askham in second. Leichhardt sculler in lane 4, Sophie Moore in third. Mossman's Ava Baker in 4th place. And then the second sculler from Leichhardt in lane 7 on the near side of the course here in 5th place. So just a quick announcement that temperature just hit, last check is 32.4 degrees. So it is over 32, which is the threshold for our level 1 heat alert. So those measures are, so we now have a strong recommendation for under 16 C and D grade novice and masters crews to adhere to heat management measures, taking extra water with you, wearing a hat, keeping as much time as you can between times on the water and minimising your time in the warm-ups. Treated competitors, any competitor treated for heat-related illness must withdraw for the remainder of the day. And those measures must continue to be followed as things progress throughout the day if it gets hotter, which is very likely we will. So we are at level 1 heat management measures. And please have a look on the Rowing New South Wales website if you're unsure. That is strong recommendation of all crews using the implementing heat management measures, cold fluids, hydration, ice towels, misting fans, staying in the shade, hats, sunscreen, long sleeves where you can. We'll keep you up to date as that weather progresses throughout the day. It is obviously forecast to get up to the low 40s, where there will be additional heat management measures in place. We're back to 1,000 metre racing now. Race 45 coming at us, the men's novice double scull. Just 2 crews out on the course. St George Rowing Club in lane 4, Charlie Lester, Preston McClelland, coached by Mark Featherston. And then UNSW in lane 4, Sumed Suraparaju and Toby Dolph. And at the moment it is the crew from St George, Charlie Lester, Preston McClelland, who are doing the best job of things as they come in front of the grandstand. Getting some cheers from the crowds, Charlie Lester and Preston McClelland. They extend that lead. Getting the rating nice and low, nice and long. Win in the men's novice double scull to St George Rowing Club over the University of New South Wales in second. So sticking with our double sculls and sticking with our 1,000 metre racing, we've got race number 46 coming at us now, and the men's under 16 double scull. We've got Redlands, Kings, Redlands, Shoalhaven, St Augustine's, Leichhardt, Redlands, and Leichhardt. At the moment, it's the boys from Kings who make it 3 wins in the doubles this morning after their 2 older doubles. Got the wins in the under-19s earlier. Ethan Childs Tour and Archer Petrovic over in Station 2. with the ascendancy. A little bit of a following breeze now as the wind just swirls around. I don't think that'll hang around for too long, but these boys will certainly be enjoying it. It'll be the King's School with a win in the under-16 double. And I'll take it from Shoalhaven, Rory Dixon, Hugo Gollan. All the tinsel on the boat. I think Hugo Gollan, maybe in the sculler, had a mishap and ended up in the water in the single earlier on, so second place here would be good redemption for him. And Redlands in lane 7, across the line in third place. So we welcome to the commentary box for the very first time Australian junior coach and Glebe and Askham coach, and a busy man this morning, but obviously happy to be here in the air-conditioned commentary box. Ollie Klotz, welcome.
Thanks, Chris. Glad to be here.
Yeah, good.
Looking forward to it. We've got some Askham crews coming up here.
And we try not to be too biased in the commentary box.
No, I do my best.
We understand, sometimes we know more about certain crews, and they do get a bit more of a mention when we know more. So if you ever do think we're a bit biased in the commentary box, feel free to just send us a message and tell us a bit about your crew. And we're happy to chat about things that we hear more about. You can let us know on the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page if you jump onto the stories. And there's a little question box in there. Send in a question, we're having a look, and we'll be happy to try and answer them as long as they're safe and appropriate, and we're not just bigging up random athletes as some of them have been. But please keep an eye on our social media page for that one, and for any further alerts over the heat. If you missed it before, level 1 heat alert, all the details of that on our Instagram stories. But, coming up next be the moving on to the quads, and quite a big tail breeze now with Ollie will be very excited to see it. Askham crew.
Yeah, here we go.
This could be your making. We could be
we could be on here.
If they don't do well, you'll never come back to the commentary box. That'll be it. But Redlands in lane 3, Askham in lane 4, Redlands in lane 5, Shoalhaven in lane 6, and Roseville in lane 7. We've been very competitive in the junior quads over the last few regattas, Roseville, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Just lining up here.
And it can be quite difficult at the start to get them lined up, especially with the tail breeze.
Yeah. There will be trying to make sure they're all aligned, not starting down.
There's a little bit of gamesmanship involved as well.
Exactly.
I think you might need to tell the Askham girls about that gamesmanship, because they are a little bit down at the moment, but the starters telling them to get up. Obviously won't always start bang on the 1,000-metre mark. That's a reasonably well-aligned start.
Off they go.
Off they go. Roseville crew on the near side got a great start there.
Yeah, wow.
That's Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Ariane Pappas, Sophie Ben, Hannah Ryan, the Cox, coached by Karis Campbell. You can see on the screen there. Yeah, great start. Roseville by having a prep school, they do start their girls rowing a little bit earlier than some others. Which,
right.
It does mean that we see them be, much to the frustration of us who coach year 7 and 8 girls, can sometimes be a little bit frustrating, but it is a good benchmark to catch, and they've got a great junior program there on rowing out of North Shore Rowing Club.
2 Redlands crews in the mix. Ben Whitewolf recently started there, doing some good stuff.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, so expect a challenge from them. Expect a challenge from Askham. Shoalhaven have had a couple of good results over the last few races as well in their juniors. Certainly making it worth the trip up here. Approaching the 500-metre mark now. Roseville still with the lead. Almost said with the victory, not yet. It's not quite
They're looking pretty together. Looking good as they come through the middle.
Yeah, certainly. With the under-16s at this time of the year, we often see a lot of different sort of year groups, because you can, if you're in year 10 going into year 11, you can still row under 16s at this time of the year, even if you wouldn't be able to row under 16s in the main racing season next year. So we see a little bit of that. We see, and then we also see girls going into year 10 from year 9 racing in this division as well. So it can be a bit of a spread sometimes, but we're currently Roseville from Redlands, from Askham, Shoalhaven, and then the second Redlands crew at the 500 metre mark. But these junior quads races, anything can happen, as we see quite regularly. We saw a few hiccups in the smaller boats, but tailwind conditions, Ollie, can make it a bit harder to overcome.
Yeah, definitely. That Roseville crew, though, still out in front, just chipping away.
So that Roseville lead beginning to look insurmountable now. Good couple of boat lengths ahead of their nearest competition in the girls from Redlands. That's Pearl Brown, Annalise Beattie, Isabel Wimpole, Scarlett Coles, Karate Benalil, the coxswain. They've all had quite a few runs down the course so far today.
That Redlands crew coming through as well, just behind Roseville.
And you'll be glad to see the Askham girls sitting pretty in third. Doesn't look like they're going to have too much competition for that third place. Roseville across the line first. They'll take the win. This first division, women's under 16 coxed quad. Redlands in second. And the Askham girls, Hannah Kyle, Poppy Mallet, Jess Rebillard, Jess Brown, Pepper Grenfell, the cox, coached by Gemma Cooley and Mitch Caponis. And rowing in the Marielle Caponis, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be proud coaches, doing a good job.
I think they'll be doing a quick turnaround back to the start line for the other two Askham crews in
Yep.
the next race. Tight for fourth place here between Shoalhaven and Redlands.
It's going to go right down the line.
And certainly stroke for stroke. Shoalhaven with their bow ball in front, and it's just going to be Shoalhaven, just under a canvas from Redlands for fourth and fifth place. This first division, the women's under 16 coxed quad scull in Division 2 on the start line already.
It's great to see in that last race, even for the 1,000 metres, real close to the line, those last crews. It's good racing.
1,000 metre racing is often, especially in the younger divisions, it's often the most fun races to commentate. Like, it is great fun. So, who have we got in Division 2, Ollie?
So we've got in lane 3, Roseville 2, lane 4, Askham 2, lane 5, Roseville 3, lane 6, Askham, lane 7, Redlands.
Have a look at this decorated boat from Roseville.
Oh, wow. They'll be challenging the Askham crews. You know, we were pushing hard today for our best dress, and that's going to be a fierce competitor. They've set up Santa's sleigh with the coxswain. I must admit, that's quite impressive.
It is quite impressive. Yeah. That's a hard one to beat.
I don't know. We've got the Christmas tree, I believe, on this boat. Is it? Oh, almost saw it.
Oh, lost it. Oh, on the closest boat.
Oh, I think it was on the earlier race.
It was. I did see a Christmas tree on the bow of an earlier boat. So that Christmas tree's been through.
We almost broke out the Santa suit today, but due to the heat conditions, opted not to.
It's a little bit warm, and
that's a perfect time to remind everyone to stay hydrated, stay sun safe.
Yeah. And at latest check, 34.5 degrees already. So
and off they go.
About 10 degrees in 2 hours. It's we are off and racing, and Santa's sleigh from Roseville there doing a good job in the early stages, as is the Askham crew in lane 4.
That Askham crew of Amelia Butler, Emily Zhu, Izzy Ravinsky, and India Bowstone, coxed by Ingrid, and coaches Lily Slatter and Mitchell Caponis.
I believe got off the line best, doing better with that Roseville crew that we can see there. Some very well-dressed crews here in the under-16 quad. It is Askham leading. Well, not quite leading, as the Roseville crew over on the far side of the course are just coming into picture now of Eleanor Foster, Jess Venter, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins, and Lily Brennan, the Cox. That Roseville crew really stealing a march in the early stages of the race. See a great shot of them from the back.
As they come through the middle, it looks to be that Roseville crew still out in front.
There's Roseville from Askham. Askham doing battle with the Santa Sleigh Roseville crew. And margin's certainly bigger than they look from up here in the commentary tower of this one. It's about 10 seconds Roseville ahead of Askham. Askham 2 seconds ahead of the next Roseville crew. And some way back to the next Askham crew, and Redlands rounding out the field at the moment. But, with some slightly smaller entries, it does mean that we have different ranked crews up against each other, but valuable racing experience nonetheless, and a good hit out with all the Christmas decorations on. And it's been an interesting battle between the Askham crew and the second Roseville crew here. Santa is urging on her reindeer.
Santa Sleigh looks neck and neck with the Askham crew from up here.
The Roseville crew over on the far side in lane 3. Been fairly unchallenged at this point in the race.
You can see on the screen here, looks like the Battle of Christmas here between the two decorated crews in the middle.
Yeah, sunny's on. The reflection from the tinsel is intense up here. But,
I think it's the Askham crew just pushing ahead.
Yeah, they've found something in this third quarter of the race, and maybe found almost a boat length as we approach the last 150 metres. It's all about this Roseville crew out in the lead, though.
Yeah, looking good.
Eleanor Foster, Jess Venter, Millie Hawkins, Alicia Jenkins, and Lily Brennan, the Cox, Sydney Krieger, and Hannah Alexander, the coaching duo there. And certainly looking a class above the rest of the field. They'll take another win, 2 from 2 for Roseville in the under-16 quads this morning. And
followed through by Askham as they look to hold off Roseville. Crew of Amelia Butler and Wizoo, Izzy Rosie and India Bowerstone. Cox by Ingrid. And Lily and Mitch will be proud to see them come across the line in second here.
Yeah, holding off. Bit of a charge from Santa and her reindeer in lane 5, but Roseville there in third. The second Askham crew in lane 6. Again, another very well decorated boat, as Askham always is. I asked Lizzie last weekend, I said, "Are you guys coming to the Reindeer Regatta?" And she was offended that I would even question Askham coming to the Reindeer Regatta, because she said it's the highlight of the calendar.
Definitely.
Don't use up all that space in the shed storing your Christmas decorations all year for nothing.
We take a lot of pride in our Christmas decorations.
Yep.
At the Reindeer.
I do remember a couple of years ago winning some trestles.
Yeah, we still have them. We still have them, still put them to use. I think they're here today.
Yeah. And Redlands rounding out the field in this second division of the under-16 quad. And we'll have a slight change in, bit of variation in ages for the next couple of races. Last couple 1,000-metre races, I think, for the morning. We go on to 2K racing.
Under 21s, under 17s.
All the way through to the lunch break. Quite through the lunch break. Yep, lunch break in about half an hour's time. A bit over half an hour's time. And there'll be 2K races later on as well. But for the meantime, 1K races. The Masters racing underway. Women's Masters Quad Scull. Shoalhaven in lane 2. North Shore in lane 3. North Shore Leichhardt Composite in lane 4. Leichhardt in lane 5. Abbotsford in 6. Balmain in 7. And Lake Macquarie in lane 8. So all B, C and D grade crews out on the course here. So fairly tight in terms of handicaps. The Shoalhaven crew on the far side going off a 7-second handicap. The North Shore and North Shore Composites in lane 3 and 4 going off 4-second handicaps. And then Leichhardt, Abbotsford, Balmain and Lake Macquarie going on the near side going off starters orders. So it looks like we are maybe just missing one crew out of this race, which I'll confirm to you in just a second, is the Leichhardt crew in lane 5, which has scratched. So just 6 crews out on the water in this one, and it is still Lake Macquarie, who went off starters orders. Melanie Sakavaris, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Doozle and Trudy McDonald, who are still leading this race. North Shore Composite with Leichhardt over in lane 4. Zeta Briodes, Catherine Boland from North Shore, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, and Olivia Tong from North Shore, coached by Guy Morgan. Currently running second, them and their clubmates from, or not their clubmates, rather than Shoalhaven on the far side, who went off the 7-second handicap, coming at our race leaders. So this should go fairly close to the line here. Lake Macquarie getting that head start. D-grade crew, average age around 50. And then the B and C grade crews with average ages sort of in the early to late 40s. I think Lake Macquarie in the bright green are going to just hold off this charge. It's the second time today that this Leichhardt North Shore Composite has had to charge back on the field and probably just won't get it. They did it in the Coxless 4 earlier, but just couldn't quite make it up. Certainly the fastest moving boat, but I don't think they're going to quite make it up at the finish line here. Lake Macquarie take the win, the Women's Masters Quad Scull. North Shore Leichhardt second, Shoalhaven will finish third. And then some way back to North Shore, Abbotsford and Balmain, who are duelling it out for the minor placings. Looks like we had only a little mechanical issue in the Balmain crew down an oar there.
Yep.
Which I could see floating further down the course. So hopefully we can get that picked up before the next race comes through. I'm certain if it's all in one piece, Balmain Rowing Club would quite like it back, not cheap. And I'm sure that the crew trailing is not going to find that a welcome addition to their race at about the 750 metre mark.
No, I don't think so. It's the last thing you need at that point.
Division 2 of the Women's Masters Quad Scull underway now. Slightly older athletes on the course, on the water for this one. So Abbotsford in lane 2, Leichhardt in lane 3, North Shore in lane 4 and Balmain in lane 5. Those 4 crews going off a 14-second handicap. Shoalhaven in lane 6 have scratched. And the 2 North Shore crews on the near side of the course, the G age crews. These ladies in their average age, late sort of 60s. They're starting off starters orders, going off go. And previously, for these North Shore crews, in the 4 and in the 8 earlier on today, these ladies have very much enjoyed starting off go. But they don't have quite as much margin this time around. So it's kind of determined on who you're racing against as well. So they were 14 seconds ahead off the start. So we'll get a margin through the 500 metre mark. And I would say they have actually extended that 14, or not extended rather, but the trailing crews haven't been able to make up half of that 14 seconds just yet. So I'd say it'd be pretty hard work for those trailing crews, which is led by Leichhardt in lane 3. And Abbotsford, North Shore, Abbotsford and North Shore to make up that margin in the second half of this race. At the moment, it's Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton, Karen Knowles, who are leading their club mates Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Nikki Blackwell, and Louise McCoach. Two North Shore crews. We had a question through on the Row New South Wales Instagram page earlier on today, asking who was going to collect all the Masters chockies. And I think, well, I know I answered North Shore, pending how many Masters races we get in. And at the moment, it's certainly looking like North Shore, because these ladies, this will be their third trip not to the podium pontoon, because we're not running the presentations today, but with their third mug that they're collecting today.
Looking good as they come into the last 150, 200 metres here. Still the two North Shore crews out in front. I believe that's that Leichhardt over on the far side. We're going to try and make a push on that North Shore crew close to us second.
It will be. They've held on to that margin all the way down the course. These ladies from North Shore enjoying another trip to the podium, or another win here at the Reindeer Regatta today. It'll be a North Shore 1 and 2. Leichhardt their nearest challengers, but not able to overcome that 14-second handicap. M. Barrack, Angela Conroy, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Bourget. North Shore in 4th, Abbotsford 5th, and Balmain in 6th place. We must have collected that all. I can't see it floating there anymore.
I think umpire boat might have grabbed it.
That they have. Good work to our volunteers, our boat race officials. We have a slight little break, not quite break, but a little delay into our next race.
Looking forward to this under 17 single. The few boys that I've coached through here. Shout out to Jay at Kings, ex-glebe rower, taught him how to row back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Me and one of the coaches, he used to hate rowing through the wash and all the boats down at glebe, and it was trial by fire for him, and he eventually, he loves it. He rows through anything.
Yeah, well, rowing the single at Kings, you don't really have a choice rowing through the wash of the River Cats and everything up river at the Parramatta River. So.
Oh, I bet. No, he's doing well. He's now pushing the senior years at Kings. Be looking to eventually be in that first 8. Also got Zach from Glebe, coached by Robin. He's been doing some really good work. He only learned how to row sort of the past 12 months, and he's had a really great race earlier today in the single, and he'll be looking to repeat it today again. So still one of his first 2,000 metre races, yeah. A few other Kings boys here, Redland, St. George.
Yeah, it's good to see all the Kings boys out here. We often lament that we don't get to see the GPS crews out at the sort of New South Wales regattas as much, racing in different boat classes.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah, I think it's really good for the GPS athletes to get out and hit out in a single or a double, or something that's, you're not playing for sheep stations out there, but you do learn a lot about how to be competitive when you're racing in different boat classes than just the 8 or just the Cox 4. As great as the GPS competition is, it's great for them to have a bit of variety, and great for people who like to speculate online about predictions, for us to have a little bit more data on people and see how people are going. So, as a
non-GPS boy myself, I definitely think it's a great experience for them to come out and race the small boats, and it gives everyone else as well a really good sort of level of competition. See how the often the older boys sweeping and girls go over in the sculling, and they look to be off underway in this first division, the under 17 single. In lane 1, I believe we were Scratch from St. George. In lane 2, we have Glebe with Zachary Liu, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3, we have St. Augustine's Mac McDermott, coaches Joshua Wilson and Ray McKay. In lane 4, we have Kings, Max McGraw. In lane 5, Redlands, Scratched. In lane 6, we have Jack Webster from Kings. In lane 7, we have Leichhardt, Luca Wilson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Ararella Barr. And in lane 8, we have Jay Dwight from Kings. And in lane 9, Hayden
McPhillamy from the great tongue twister Manning Valley Anglican.
Yeah.
What
a tongue twister is there?
It looks easy to say on paper, Manning Valley Anglican, but I promise you, it's taken many years not to stumble over that one. It's
say that 5 times too quick.
It's a bit of a surprising one. But yeah, a good mix of club and school athletes here.
Yeah. You can see on the screen here, Zach, the iconic hair, looking good as he's coming through. Should be approaching that 500-meter mark soon. Just a quick look around.
Yeah, so right down into that mid-race now.
So that looks to be Mighty J.
With the Leichhardt sculler, Luca Wilson, who is leading at this stage of the race. First of 2 divisions of the under-17 single. And then we get to move on to our 8s shortly. It's Luca Wilson from Jay Dwight from Kings, from Max McGraw from Kings, Zachariah Liu from Glebe, and then I believe that was back to Hayden McPhillamy from Manning Valley. Just a bit of a reminder, we know it's hot, we know we're going to stay in the shade as much as possible, but if we can get bow numbers back to the finish tower as quickly as possible, it helps us keep racing underway and keeps us nice and flexible to be able to get bow numbers out, and if we need to move races around, we can. So please a reminder to get those back as soon as we can. We are still about 34 degrees outside, so not quite at level 2 of the heat management plan, but certainly knocking on the door of those events. So it is still Luca Wilson from Leichhardt, who we can see on the screen there, without a bow number on, perhaps because someone didn't return their bow number. Who knows? That's, or perhaps he just forgot it, or perhaps it knocked off. But that will just make our umpires' lives a lot easier if everyone does have those bow numbers. Through the 1,000-metre mark, the under-17 single, Hayden McPhillamy running in second place from Manning Valley Anglican, making the trip down here from northern New South Wales worth it. So Luca Wilson with maybe a little bit more experience in the small boats. That's experience starting to show over these Year 10 boys from Kings.
Yep, Isaac will be glad to see he's doing well. He's doing good things over at Leichhardt.
Isaac and Arabella, the two of them also deputising at Loretto Normanhurst.
Oh, right.
Both of them coaching there. And, both of them very busy today, it seems. With,
I bet.
A lot of crews up and down here. Seen Isaac on his bike.
There's Luca crossing the 1500. Just behind is Hayden from Manning Valley Anglican.
Well, while this race is just coming down, just a bit of a call out. If you're sitting in the grandstand or you're sitting in a tent, you're a parent, you're waiting for races to come down, it is hot. We are looking for more volunteers to come and help out with bow numbers. It is air conditioned, there is food, it is pretty good in the finish tower. So if you are hanging around with not a whole lot to do for a little while, we're looking for a few volunteers to help out with bow numbers at the finish tower if you make yourself known to the team down there. And obviously no experience required, just helping getting those bow numbers out to crews before they race and checking them back in when they are returned. And as we're into the last 250 metres now, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to challenge Luca Wilson from Leichhardt. He's only pushing further away from Hayden McPhellamy from Manning Valley Anglican.
There looks to be a good race here for fourth between actually two Jay and Zach here from respectively Kings and Glebe.
Where do your loyalties lie here, Ollie? One current Glebe and one former Glebe?
Yeah, you know, I've known Jay for a while now. It's been great seeing him progress over years, and Zach more recently, seeing him put in the mileage. We're going to see it's going to be a tight race for them down to the line, it looks like. But still out in front here is Luca from Leichhardt with a clear lead here. Looking good as he comes across the line.
Looks to be really enjoying those tailwind conditions as well.
That would be nice racing in this, other than the heat. And just behind him now, we have Hayden from Manning Valley Anglican crossing.
Yeah, tight for fourth, as you called, between Sculler from lane 4 from Kings. It's Max McGraw, rather.
Oh,
from
here
Kings,
we go.
Who is currently just ahead. Zachariah Lou from Glebe. They're both looking out. It is going to be a tight finish. I'd say it's be right to a photo. I reckon the Glebe Sculler's just got it there.
Proud of Zach there. What a race. And Jay's just behind here coming through. I think a little bit of steering issues potentially before. But he's, looked good as he's coming across the line.
Let's get the replay up there. I think, almost had it on the surge for Max McGraw, but I think Zachariah Lou from Glebe just pipped him there.
Great racing from Zach.
I've been a little bit too much looking out of the boat from one of those scullers that slowed him down just at the end there. But we've got our last sculler from Kings, Jack Webster. It's pretty good. A lot of these GPS boys, they won't do any single sculling until this term. So they probably would have only been in a single maybe a dozen times and then out here doing a 2K race. Certainly no mean feat. So well done to all these gentlemen and to those coming up. They're coming through the 1,000-metre mark now and on their way to the 1,500. Division 2 of the men's under-17 single scull.
Won't be any presentations here. When you get off the water, if you walk over, we'll give it to you here in the tower, okay? Good on you. Is it shit? Huh?
So we have just hit level 2 for our heat alert, so 35 degrees out there, so it's holding up quickly. And so that does mean similar in terms of compliance. It's mandatory compliance with everything in level 1. If you're treated for any heat-related injury, you cannot race for the rest of the day. You must take extra measures to hydrate and limit your time on the water. If we reach 38 degrees, we will start to look at, when we reach 38 degrees after lunch, it is very likely that we'll have events cancelled in under 16 school races and C and D grade and masters events. This is just a call out to, if you are an under 16 athlete or a masters athlete or a year 8 or 9 school athlete, and you are entered in a different category after lunch, you still need to withdraw from those races, just because some races will go ahead. If you are of an age group where your racing has been cancelled, you will need to withdraw from those races. So please keep that in mind as we approach our level 3 heat alert, likely sometime during the lunch break. But not to take anything away from Division 2 of the under-17 men's single scull, which, like the temperature, is also hotting up here in front of us, with Banjo Kirkham from Mossman on the near side of the course holding off Soren Anderson from Leichhardt, and Scull from the King's School, Charlie Jones in lane 6, Campbell Whalen over in lane 4, who was only about half an hour ago sending in questions to the Rowing New South Wales Instagram page about who was going to win the Head of the River. But some more focus on what's going on out on the racetrack. But
looks like Mossman crossing the line there in front.
Yep, Banjo Kirkham, coached by Josh Hewitt, from Leichhardt's Soren Anderson.
Just back to, I believe that's King's Charlie Jones.
And Lachlan Sly from Japan on the far side. And a little tight battle of the classmates here between the two King Scullers, Denver Purdon and Campbell Whalen, in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. And it will be Denver Purdon at a boat length ahead of Campbell Whalen for that one. And we are off in our next race, and it's the one that I've been looking forward to the most here this afternoon. It's not often that we get a whole bunch of the GPS crews out and about outside the GPS regattas in a race like this, so a bit of a special treat for those of you watching at home or watching us on the bank. And to those of you watching at home on the live stream, all 134 of you, welcome to our live stream for today. So the men's under 21-8 underway. We've got first and second 8s from King's, St Joseph's, Newington, Scots. No second 8 from Joey's in this race. They're in the next one. But King's second 8 in lane 2, Joey's in lane 3. Scott's in lane 4 rather. Scott's first 8 in lane 4. Newington in lane 5. King's in lane 6. Newington second 8 in lane 7. And Scott's second 8 in lane 8. So we're riding on board there in between the Scott's and Newington first 8s. Just over to their left will be King's and see the Joey's 8 over there in station 3. It's Joey's there. Currently just with their bow ball in front.
Some tight racing.
We are missing a couple of crews from this race. I think we may not have one of the King's crews in this race. No, we've got all of them there. That's my bad. So that's the King's second 8 there, just trailing at the moment. The King's first 8 a little bit slow off the block. So it is currently Joey's. The Joey's from Scott's, King's and Newington at that first 500-metre timing point. Don't have anyone in the timing hut for the 500s at the moment, I believe it seems. So if you haven't been following the GPS rowing season, a bit of a reminder of kind of the state of play so far this season. It has been Shaw and St Ignatius who have won between them. Well, Shaw's won 3 of the first 4 races of the season, and St Ignatius won 1 of them. King's has finished 3rd on a couple of occasions, and Joey's has finished 3rd on a couple of occasions. So some of the mid-pack protagonists, I guess, so far in the season out here today. You can see Joey's in the M-Packer shell over there in station 3. Samuel Spork Thomas Foster, George Wall, Tate Fredrickson, Jackson Gordon, Rocco Densley, River Phelps, Lexington Spires, Noah Bellantonio, the coxswain. And I'll have to go and consult my notes to see if that is the first 8 from Joey's, but I think it would be at this stage. So Joey's from Scots, from Newington, from Kings, running 4th at this point, which I would say would probably be a little bit of a surprise, but pretty hot pace from Joey's, sub 3 to the 1,000-metre mark, which, considering a few of those boys have already got races under their legs today, is somewhat of a feat. Scott's going with them. Newington half length back, and sort of Kings the tail end of those first 8s, about 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds off the lead at the 1,000-metre mark. So some work to do if they want to be challenging in the second half of the race. So the Scott's crew currently running second. That's Maxwell Crawford, Mark Littlemore, Hamish Marr, Hugh Anderson, Henry Marion, Thomas Beck, Dean Lowe, Max Berkelo, Charlie Cameron, the Cox, coached by Judith Ungamark. And the Newington crew currently running third. That's that Scott's crew that I just read out. We're riding on board with now. Newington crew currently running third. Tristan McDonald, Lewin Whitaker, Charles Auld, Hugh Jones, Nicholas Trethaway, Jasper Pattinson, Lucas van der Westhausen, Nico Colantonio and Hugo Baker, the Cox. Saw half of them running in the under-17 quads earlier today, putting down a pretty handy time. Now backing up in the 8s and staying with the competition.
So, it's still Joey's out in front.
Yeah, this will be a good bit of confidence for the Joey's boys if they can get this done. 4:33, but just slightly extending over Scott's. Scott's a bit over a length ahead of Newington, and Kings look to have been dropped a little bit in the second half of this race. They're under threat from Newington's second 8, but I will say that Kings crew, I think all of those boys have raced at least once, if not twice so far this morning in small boats. So Jeremy Blatchford had two wins, a win in the under-19 single and the under-19 double.
Wow.
Tyndall and Rogers had a pretty hard-fought win in the double earlier today over St Augustine. So it'll be they'll certainly be feeling that in the legs. 3 races in sort of 2-3 hours in this heat, and now they'll have to do some work to be overcoming the Newington second 8, who are coming at them thick and fast in the last 250. It is still St Joseph's from the Scots College, Joey's from Scots, from Newington, from Kings, and then the Newington second 8 on the near side of the course, which is Mitchell Smith, Jeb Robinson, Silas Allen, Andrew Komenos, Rowan Costain, William Chanter, Theo Downing, Nick Byrne, and Lachlan Haar, the coxswain, who are challenging for a spot up amongst the first 8s at this point in the race. But it is St Joseph's leading, as they have led the entire way down the course. Joey's in another new Empacker.
Looking good.
With the pink decks, it looks great.
Just back to Scott's. Be the Joey's boys.
So Scott's with a big finish, because they have just made up a good couple of feet on Joey's, but Joey's will take the win. Scott's second. Newington third. And here's the boys from the King's School who will finish in 4th place. Just 3/4 of a length up on Newington's second 8. And then King's second 8 on the far side of the course. We'll say the King's second 8, but very different from the King's second 8 that raced at the last GPS regatta. A few boys coming into that crew from the 4s. And they'll finish 5th. And the Scots College on the near side of the course in 6th place. So the wing time there, 6:08 from St Joseph's. A time reflective of a few races in the legs. But an interesting race to add to the, I've been asked this morning, predictions on the GPS head of the river. I'm not going to make them yet, but that certainly does add just a little bit more to the bank on those predictions. Just 4 races left. A few more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4 races left, including this one, until the lunch break. And so Scott's second crew there with like a bit of a mechanical issue, another errant oar somewhere on the lakes of the International Regatta Centre. I think I might see it floating down there somewhere near the 1,500 metre mark. Hopefully that is collected at some point. But the second race in the 8s, which is a combined race, got one Club 8 in the University of New South Wales over in lane 3. Got Newington in lane 4, Joey's in lane 5, and King's in lane 6. So having a look at the names in this, I believe the three crews contesting the under 21-8 would all be under 17 sort of level crews. And then we've got the University of New South Wales crew over on the far side contesting the Club 8s. At the moment, that was Joey's looking to make it 2 in a row with their crew of Sam Nash, Clancy Woodbridge, Nicholas Huntington, Sam Nagline, Xavier McClay, Arlo Benyas, Connor Furness, Angus Sieve, and Christian Harris, the coxswain. Leading Newington's Oscar Wong, Rocco McGonnell, Aidan Evans, Joshua Cronin, Rory Begg, Nicholas Sofsis, Jeremy Cooper, Ashton Talipin, and Dylan Henry, the coxswain. And then was the Club 8 of the University of New South Wales on the far side of the course, Robbie Island, Edwin Fang, Harrison Deere, Fraser Wilson, Anthony Ball, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, Will Solchich, and Emma Vay Cox, the Cox. Chris Burns and Justin Quigley, the coaching duo there as we ride on board with that UNSW crew. And the Empacker Shell, which I think is new to them about a year ago, bought second hand. And
they're looking quite good, I think.
Quite good.
Yeah.
UNSW, definitely a club on the rise a bit over the last couple of years. A couple of new additions to the coaching staff, and they certainly really enjoy the sport at the sort of club and grade level. I think Edward Trick at Regatta is sort of their premier regatta. They'll have a couple of crews at nationals from time to time, but good to see them out and competing against these school crews. That is Kings on the screen there. Their Year 10-8. Arthur Zhang, Thomas Curtin, Ethan Childs Tower, Archer Petrovic, Hugo Strangaori, Harry Hanna, Harry Mann, Henry Hunt, and Edo Dawson, the coxswain. But another lot of names there that we've seen already a few times down the course today, which will be a different proposition to a lot of the GPS regattas. We're doing a couple of races in small boats and things like that. Is certainly not typical for a lot of these programs, but they're up now having a crack at the UNSW Club 8. Joey's starting to walk away with it at the 1,000-metre marks. Almost 7 seconds their margin over Newington.
Ravo will be thrilled.
Ravo will be thrilled.
Great race from the first 8 earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a little bit of a shipwreck there. We see another damaged oar here. This could be Newington will smell blood in the water here. We've got an issue with the an issue in that Joey's crew. A big crab on the bow side, maybe the 5 seat. He's got going again.
Yeah.
Hopefully not a damaged oar.
Looking to bring the steam train coming back on.
Yeah.
Start to get a rhythm again.
So if the Newington Cox, which is Dylan Henry, has seen that, he would have told his crew, all right, this is the time to pounce here, while they're moving a little bit slower. But now Joey's with a surge of adrenaline, knowing that they've got to respond, have really given it the beans.
Yeah, picked up the pace.
I don't think they were slowed down enough by that crab to let Newington in. But 500 metres still to row, never know. Crabs kind of tend to breed crabs a little bit. One happens, you often have another one. So wet hands and wet handles and everything. So Joey's leading Newington. Good race between Kings and the UNSW crew.
That's great to see. Great to see having a bit of competition.
Yeah, good for both of those combinations, really. So this Kings crew, just having a look at names from the last regatta. So this Kings crew at the last regatta were 12 seconds clear of this Joey's crew, and then Newington. So it kind of shows. I would assume Kings the last couple of days have been out here on camp. I can't quite. But certainly a few races in the legs, and not quite as sharp at this event, but certainly racing when you're tired like this, you can learn a few things about yourself and how much you can push. And seeing that they've got pretty tight competition with UNSW over there on the far side. UNSW having their own issues recently with not having a pontoon that can launch an 8 from. So they might have trained this crew very, very much. They're having some issues down there at Talbot Creek.
Still doing well though against that King's 8. It's looking like they're still pushing right to the line, but it looks to still be that Joey's crew out in front.
Yeah, despite a hiccup just before the 1500, they've recovered well, and it will be St Joseph's will take the win in this second division of the men's under 21-8. Joey's across the line first. It'll be from Newington. Kings have made up a little bit of ground on Newington in the second half of this race. And they've managed to dispatch the UNSW combination. A great tussle through the middle of the race.
Definitely.
Joey's from Newington. Kings from UNSW.
I think we've already underway with our next race in the men's under 21 quad scull race I'm looking forward to. It looks here like it's actually going to be mostly junior crews racing in a Cox's quad. In lane 2 we have Mossman, Julian LeMantra, Jack Meek, Rocco Griffiths and Banjo Kirkin, coached by Josh Hewitt. In lane 3 we have Redlands, James Foley, Oscar Pierce, Augustus O'Sullivan and Thomas Hooper. We have another Redlands crew in lane 4 of Connor Morrison, Toby Henderson, Henry Dobson and Cooper McDonald. Lane 5 we have Mossman's Ewan Humphreys, Floris Elias, Leighton Sherman and Tobias Elias, coached by Alfie Young and Josh Hewitt. In lane 6 we have St Augustine's Henry O'Hare, Hamish Wise, Lachlan Schofield and Roy Parker, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark.
Then a substitution and not judged in lane 7 is the Leichhardt St Joseph's crew. Cousins, Spow, Simkovich and Lee. So it's the Joey's student, Cousins, whose first name I don't have in front of me, my apologies, but won't be judged in
Looks to be that
Raphael Cousins, and they won't be judged in that event. Lane 7 crew, you can see them in the 3 seat. So jumping in as a substitution for Remy Wilson, but as a result of a late substitution, not judged. But somewhat unsurprisingly, this Mossman crew out in the lead, Ewan Humphreys, Forrest Elias, Leighton Showman, Tobias Elias.
Coached by Alfie Young, Josh Hewitt. They're doing great things over at Mossman with Rowena too. It's great to see Tobias doing well, coming off the back of his Worlds campaign in the double. He's had a big few weeks training, doing well at the time trials. Here he is. You can see him in the stroke seat, chipping away. Looks to be a quad. Behind him, you've got his brother.
Yeah, the two big Dutchmen.
Yeah.
Well, Australia. He did represent Australia, but I think there might have been some last-minute passports issued. But originally from the Netherlands, which perhaps explains some of the rowing prowess.
Yes, 100%.
Currently the premier rowing nation on the planet.
It's a good quad. Olympics. They'll be looking to build this. I'm assuming this is hopefully the start of a campaign here with the quad for Mossman. You know, consistently putting out great results sculling-wise, both the men and women in the juniors, and slowly putting through some 21 athletes.
Yeah, interesting, because only Tobias is the only 21 athlete, I believe, in that quad. So it'll be interesting whether they continue racing the 21 quad or whether they pull one of their athletes out of that second quad and then race a really, really good under 19 quad and find something else for Tobias to do. But either way, times that they're sort of putting out are 3:10 to the K, which is roughly competitive in the 21 quad, especially in this not particularly fast conditions. It's very hot out here and slightly swirling breeze. A little temperature update, 37 degrees. So
heating up.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm up here in this air-conditioned commentary box. It might hit me like a brick wall when I go out to have lunch, but certainly not seeming to bother this Mossman crew. Forrest and Tobias Elias, Leighton Showman, Ewan Humphreys,
And just back, I believe that's the St. Augustine's crew, but it's the other Mossman crew on the other side. Banjo Kirkin, Rocco Griffiths, Jack Meek, and Julio Trich. Banjo just had done the single before, I believe.
Yeah, not too long ago. That was a quick turnaround.
Quick turnaround, but it'll be a close race, I think, between Augies and the second Mossman crew. But it looks to be that first Mossman crew, the Elias brothers, Henry and Connor, take out the win. And it looks to be just St. Augustine's by just about a length here over that second Mossman crew. Just behind them is the Lightgut crew. Again, won't be judged due to the substitution. And just back behind them, we have Redlands coming through the line.
That's a good shout from that Leichhardt crew, though, to be up there with that second Mossman crew. I think that's a pretty good result. I'm pretty happy with there. It was Mossman from St. Augustine's from Mossman. An interesting boat class for these juniors. And 21 quad can sometimes be an absolute cracker of a race at Nationals, depending on the year. It's had a couple of off years, but hopefully more to come. Now,
this next race will be a real good race. It's a combination of Women's Open 8, Women's Under 21 8, and the Women's Championship 8, I believe. Club 8, that is. Oh.
Are you not listed on this?
No.
Askham's got a crew in this.
Askham's got a crew in here.
This is big. This has only been the second time in about 13 years that Askham's rode it out.
Excited. It's quite a full field here.
Very full field. We got 8 crews, 7 crews out there. So Sydney University over in lane 2 are the only open 8. It's Sam Phillips, Alyssa Fickers, Paddy Boland, Alice McCready, Alex O'Brien, Steph Preller, Olivia Natty, Tiff Botha, Lily Lunny, the coxswain, Coach Tom Lorick, Phil Bergeron, and Alan Bennett. UTS in lane 3, the first of our 2 under 21 8s. So UTS with Charlotte Olivier, Julia Ungemark, Isabella Henderson, Hannah Alexander, Chelsea Baker, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Madeline Mannins, and Olivia Harris. Sophie Costellas, coxswain that crew, coached by Sam Fennessy. The other under 21 8 is the Nepean Leichhardt composite. We've got Mia Simkovic, Sophie Moore, Mila Lil Hemville from Nepean, Lara Dwyer, Sophia Whitelaw, Jessica Harris, Ellie Taylor from Nepean, and Vicky Young from Nepean, Grace Head coxing, coached by Isaac Shepherd, and Daniel Waddell. And then moving on to our Club 8s, Askham in lane 5, Roseville in lane 6, UTS in lane 7, and UNSW in lane 8. And our draw has betrayed us by cutting off names, so our apologies for those Club 8s. But 3 races in 1 out here, and sure to be a fascinating matchup.
We can see this Askham crew on our screen. Again, one of first few times this Askham 8's gotten out, but they're chipping away here. Really decorated. There's the Christmas tree I was talking about.
Is that a new boat or a borrowed boat?
I believe it's a Sydney University boat. Shout out AB, thank you very much.
Yeah, and just as this race comes down, this is our penultimate race before the lunch break, but a little bit of a reminder on where we're at with the heat management plan. So we are very likely to hit 38 degrees quite shortly, which would mean implementing the level 3 heat management plan. The level 3 heat management plan stipulates the cancellation of under 16 Year 8 and 9, CD grade and Masters events. So if we get to that, which is extremely likely, we'll have a revised draw available by the end of lunch break. Races 50, 58, 59, 60 and 61. They will go ahead as scheduled. Then we have a bunch of Masters and C and D grade races. If they are cancelled, we will have a revised draw from race 67 onwards for this afternoon's program. And that will be available by the end of the lunch break. So just keep in mind, we are likely to have changes to this afternoon's program given the heat level. And we will please keep an eye on all the Rowan New South Wales communications channels, the website and social media to keep across what is going on for this afternoon. But back to the racing as predicted.
Yeah, Sydney Uni out in front with a pretty great crew there. It's Summer Phillips, Alyssa Flickers, Paddy Boland, Alice McCready, Alex O'Brien, Steffi Prower, Olivia Natty and Tiv Botha, Lily Looney. Lots of experience there. You've got Paddy coming off her under-19 team in the double. I'm a little bit biased there.
Yeah, well, given you coached her, mate, I reckon.
Summer Phillips as well, great athlete, come from pinball. You got Alyssa and Alex, both previous under-21 Oz team representatives, and you've got Steffi, Liv, and Tiff, all top 23 athletes. Liv and Tiff coming off a 23 team this year. It's a pretty great 8. Phil and AB have been doing some good stuff.
Obviously a pretty similar 8 for a few of them. A few of those girls having raced the boat race.
Yeah,
a couple of weeks ago.
definitely.
They took a win. So a pretty high caliber 8, but an interesting mix of
age range,
senior age or athletes that have done 23s to athletes just coming out of school. Yeah. Some athletes still at school.
In this case, Paddy's got one more year.
He's got one more year, interestingly, Paddy rowing with one of her coaches in Alex O'Brien, coaches at Norma.
There you go.
Doesn't coach the first 8, but one of the coaching team at Norma.
Yeah.
But it is certainly that Sydney Uni crew. UTS crew on the near side of the course. That's their under 21. Their club 8. Their club 8 in lane 7. Hardy, Berretree, Hewen, Morgan, Burke, Griebel, Draney, Wollstonecroft, Coxby, Boat Race, Coxon, Anna O'Hanlon. As we're talking, Loretto Normanhurst, another Loretto Normanhurst graduate there, but they're club 8.
Coached by Fenno.
Sitting in second place by some margin at the moment, and then they're leading the first of the under-21 8s, which is also UTS, Olivier Ungemark, Henderson, Alexander, Baker, Rutnick Williams, Mannins, and Harris, coxed by Mia Marconis. So it is sort of the big names leading this race in Sydney Uni, UTS and UTS.
You can see Askham just a little way back there, but they're doing a good job chipping away. A lot of them only recently learned the sweep. Big shout out to Lily and Gemma down at Askham. Definitely the sweep coaches at the school. Can say I'm more of a sculler, but as we come through towards the finish line here, it's going to be the Sydney Uni crew storming through, looking good. Coxed by Lily has just come over from UQ. First race as SUBC here, and she'll take them through to a good victory.
Lily Lunny, very experienced cox down from Queensland, and really enjoying things at Sydney University Boat Club.
Great win, and just coming back through to the UTS club crew here.
UTS across the line second, but winning the club division. And UTS will be across the line third, but winning the under-21 division as well, with their under-21 crew over in lane 3. It's going to be tight for second in the club race between Roseville and the University of New South Wales. Two crews that will know a little bit about each other. Training on a very similar stretch of water in Sydney. Roseville on the near side of the course.
Looking good.
Who were behind at the 1500. They've alternated the lead between those two crews the whole way down the course. It is going to be UNSW who are going to push through
just
on
back
the line. And so UNSW, the best part of a boat length, about 3/4 of a boat length over Roseville. And then the Nepean and Leichhardt composite in lane 4. And the girls from Askham Most of them getting their first hit out in the 8.
First one out. Really good job. Girls from Roseville there, I believe stroked by Alice Bestick, captain of boats there, doing a good job. Just Askham making their way down here. What are these girls? Quite a big age range here. As they, most of them, it's their first hit out in the 8. Looks like they're making a bit of a wind to the line here. Great to see them racing it all the way through. And I must say, they definitely won the best decorated boat.
Yep, they've got the Christmas tree on.
Christmas tree on. And I believe the Santa suit actually has come out in the coxswain seat there. I can see a Santa hat.
Yep, Santa suit on there.
That's great to see. Yeah, that's a Nook.
A Nook coxswain.
And they just threw the line. Great racing by Askham.
Then our next race coming out of thick and fast, women's under 21 quad with just the 3 crews on the course for this one. Looks like we've got a scratching from the Mossman 3 crew, which I've seen a few of those names already out there today. But Mossman number 1 crew on the near side of the course, Elise Coates, Eloise Stevens, Freda Kirkham and Lottie Raverstein. The Redlands number 1 crew in lane 4. Liv Goodland, Lillian Forsyth, Alana Winder and Isabel Campbell. I've seen those names, I reckon, at least 3 times this morning already come down the course. And then the Mossman number 2 crew, Amelia Darcy, Catherine Walsh, Tanya Hornby, Isabel Armstrong, and their coach Josh Hewitt. And that is not quite the order that they're coming across in. So the Mossman number 1 crew leading, as you would expect, national champions in the under 17 quad a couple of years ago and silver medalists in the under 19 quad last year. And certainly 4 girls with national team aspirations this year. I'd love to see them go over for a crack at Henley. I think they would be reasonably competitive, but I think the allure of a green and gold Zudi is probably going to take priority for those girls.
Girls in the double just missed out last year. Incredible athletes. It's great to see what they do this year as they are coming into their second year of 19s. Put down a pretty rapid time in the double last year. I believe it was 7:22 at one point. So it's great to see them back in the quad.
And then their number 2 crew, Darcy, Walsh, Hornby and Armstrong over on the far side of the course. Do well to sort of stay in touch. I mean, they're about 10-15 seconds off, but considering the pedigree of their number 1 crew, it's not a bad shout. And Redlands as well, staying in touch with the Mossman number 2 crew. So not a bad race for any of these girls for the first one, or the last one before the lunch break. And this under 19 crew I've spoken so much about already today, but who deserve all the praise. Going across the line now in maybe slightly slower conditions, but
looking really neat and tidy as they come through the line.
Yeah.
Looking good.
7:38. Not going to break any records at this stage in the season.
And back to set up with the other Mossman crew. And just about a length back, we've got Redlands rounding off the field.
All right, so that will conclude this morning's racing, and we got one last little check of the weather for you before we go. 37.4 degrees, so getting very close to that level 3 heat alert, which will result in some races being cancelled if we hit that this afternoon. So please keep an eye out on all the communication channels and text message alerts and everything across the lunch break. And if there is a revised draw for races 61 onwards, or onwards of race 61, so for races 67 onwards, men's open, lightweight and under 23 double, that will hopefully be published in the next half an hour or so. So please do keep across those. Please find yourself some shade and shelter and a whole lot of water, and we'll see you back here in about 45 minutes. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this afternoon's program here at the Reindeer Regatta, and it might be maybe not the most thrilling event in the world to get us underway, but you've probably got the two best people to take it underway, two very former lightweights, and myself, Chris McCarthy, and joined for this afternoon by Michael McRae. Welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Good to be here.
Obviously, as we mentioned, there's plenty of changes to this afternoon's program and plenty of people pulling out of races, and that has left poor old Nick Mather and Jason Waddell from UTS and Nepean to row down the track in the lightweight pair into the headwind in the heat by themselves.
Well, when you put it like that, Chris, I mean, who could resist that kind of action?
I might get out there. We can go get a fighter pair. It would be great. But yeah, a tough slog.
It is a tough slog, but as we were saying before, Chris, these are two experienced oarsmen, and they both represented New South Wales in the interstate lightweight 4. Past couple of years, they've been in and around that group, and of course, Jason Waddell, very senior oarsman, does his rowing out here at the Nepean Boat Club, and Nick Mather have come through the ranks of UTS Rowing Club in Haberfield over a number of years, and you know what, they're not looking too bad at all in that pair. Of course, they're just dealing with a dusting of a headwind, but all in all, tidy conditions for afternoon rowing.
Yeah, and it looks like that headwind's going to sort of improve as they come down the course as well. It doesn't look quite as drastic down the western end of the course here at the finish tower. But I'm sure them and the Penrith Cup squad coach Pete Warne and the co-coach Rob Black, or not co-coach, assistant coach Rob Black, will be very much enjoying the fact that the umpires' boats train squarely on them and give them some feedback and some things that they can take into the crew this year.
Well, of course, this will be one of the first hit-outs you would have thought for this combination this season, Chris. It's as we know, there's a bit of a runway into the qualification events in the first half of the 2026. So there'll be the small boats regatta in January, and of course the state championships in February. So a good chance for these guys to get some runs on the board at the 2025 Reindeer Regatta. And you would have thought that as the season progresses, these guys will be focusing on the single sculls as well. But always good to establish a rhythm in the pair in the sweep war early on in the season ahead of the crew coming together as a 4.
Yeah, we saw a provisional crew, a little bit different from last year's crew. So last year's Penrith Cup crew was these two gentlemen alongside Will Gregory from Sydney Uni and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar / Newcastle University Boat Club, who went on to represent Australia at the Junior Worlds. That was the crew in Tasmania, and they were right up at the pointy end. They ended up third. I believe they ended up third last year. It was very, very tight, quick conditions. I think I might have Nationals results still open if I do. Yeah, third. Third by 2.38 seconds. That they were right in at the entire race, and yeah, it was a cracking race. Would recommend going back and watching it. It's a real good advertisement for lightweight rowing, although maybe that advertisement falls on deaf ears these days. But it was still fantastic, and but so these two obviously back for another crack. Not sure what the other two are up to just yet, but we saw them joining up with Fletcher Smith and Remy Keats from Sydney and Newcastle rowing clubs respectively, and out for a hit out in the 4 this morning, which seemed to go to plan.
Of course, the Victorians are in the ascendancy in the past couple of years in the interstate lightweight Cox's Men's 4 for the Penrith Cup.
Yeah.
But
won it in 22, won it last year. Tasmanians got it in 24.
Yes.
Sorry, won it at 23 and last year. Tasmanians got it in 24. Can't remember who got it in 22.
22, it was Queensland, ahead of
Queensland.
New South Wales by not a very large distance.
Oh, how do you know that?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so it's been a little while since 2017 was the last time that New South Wales held that Penrith Cup up high. With,
2018.
It was 18, it
Yes.
was, with Sean Murphy, Matt Curtin, Leon Chambers, and
James Waldesy.
James Waldesy, who we were just talking about this morning. A new father, nonetheless. Congratulations to him, to Sophie Jerepetridis. What a great race that was. That made me want to be in the Penrith Cup so bad.
That was a cracking race, one of the great demonstrations of 4 rowing right here on this course. 2018, a great year for New South Wales.
Not as good as 2019.
Not as good as 2019. I was about to correct myself. 2019, of course,
Because you weren't on the team in 2018, and I wasn't the reserve in 2018. So, 2019 was the year. We also won all 4 8s. But
Meanwhile, we've been yakking. It's Waddell and Mather in the concluding stages of their race. And just putting that pair through the gears in the final 100 metres or so. Of course, Jason Waddell in the stroke seat, Nick Mather in the bow seat. And they're looking pretty strong coming into the final couple of strokes. Rhythm pretty unbothered, and that's a really tidy row from the Nepean Composite crew. Includes race 58, which will be the first of about 10 races, I think we calculated, Chris, this afternoon,
Yep.
after taking the cancellations into account.
yeah, certainly not a busy program this afternoon. But regardless. So race 59, well, that's underway now. I think we've got pretty much the whole field. St George, James Hunt over in lane 1. Adam Holland, big Adam Ergman Holland from Adelaide Rowing Club, lane 2. Tom Anderson from Sydney University, lane 3. Thomas Hughes from Leichhardt in lane 4. Hamish Danks, our sprint eliminated champion from this year, in lane 5 from Sydney Uni. Nick Brown from Drummoyne in lane 6. Kurt Armstrong from St George in lane number 7. I would say we're probably going to have a pretty good battle between Adam Holland and Tom Anderson. And
Hamish Danks
as well. This really kind of cream of the crop in terms of athletes graduating under 23s and heading into the open level of sculling in Australia at the moment. Adam Holland training out of Sydney Uni as of late. Hasn't just come all the way up from Adelaide for the Reindeer Regatta, I don't think. As much as he should. I don't know if in Adelaide you get to wear Santa hats at any regattas. If Jo Malcolm's watching, she can let us know.
Consider that a challenge to rowing South Australia. As you said, Chris, it is a bit of a who's who of the up-and-comers in the open division of sculling in Australia. Adam Holland, Tom Anderson, Hamish Danks leading this race. That's the 3 of them there. You can see if you're joining us on the live stream or if you're in the stands having a look on the big screen. It's Adam Holland in lane 2 in the Adelaide colours. Tom Anderson, Sydney University, lane 3, just to his left. And then, of course, Hamish Danks, also of Sydney University, in lane 5, just a couple of lanes separating them. Looks to me as though Holland might have a small advantage here, Chris, as we come into the final 500 metres of this race. It could be Danks.
I think it might just be Danks.
Yes, it is. Hamish Danks, lane 5, with a small advantage over Holland and Anderson in that order. 5:45 or thereabouts through the 1500. It's flat conditions. But for the heat, it's fantastic conditions for sculling. And so each of these guys will be looking to get a strong stamp on their passports early on in the season.
Yeah, so both Holland and Danks out of the under-23 quad from 23 World Champs earlier this year. Second in the B final after only just missing out on making that A final. The margin, I'll pull it up actually, yeah, less than half a second over the neutral athletes in the quad. It was a really good race as well. And both those two now backing up and looking to punch their ticket through to the senior team eventually, if not shortly. And certainly some more room on the sculling side for a few more people to make their way through.
Well, Holland and Anderson over the far side of the course. Chris, coming back to the competition unfolding in front of us on the lake. Well, they've certainly kept themselves in this race. Danks is still in the lead, you would have thought, but Holland just lifting the rate of striking as we come into the last 150 metres or so. Suggests Danks has done enough, unless Holland is going to mount an almighty assault in the last stage of this race, but Hamish Danks looks comfortable enough just to cruise on at a lane 5. And the form and the length is really good from Hamish Danks. Sydney University sculler claims the win in the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull. Holland of Adelaide claiming second, followed by Tom Anderson of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. And in the second, what you would call the second phase of this race, scullers from St George in lane 1, it's James Hunt, and then over here on the near side, there's Leichhardt, Drummoyne and St George as well. And it's the Drummoyne sculler Nick Brown who has a handy little lead over Kurt Armstrong of St George on the near side here in lane 7. And there's another nice tight little battle opening up there between Thomas Hughes and James Hunt in lanes 4 and 1 respectively. But as for the scullers on the near side of the course, it's going to be Nick Brown who gets the edge over Kurt Armstrong. So 4th place to Drummoyne, 5th place to St George, 6th place going the way of Hughes of Leichhardt and James Hunt of St George, rounding out the field, 7th place.
Back down to the course now, Division 2 of this event, but we'll just see lightweights and 1 under 23, I believe, in this one. So lightweights and 1 under 23. So Julian Lemaitre from Mossman has scratched. Remy Keats from Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 3. Rocco Griffiths from Mossman in lane 4. Jacob Cobley from Endeavour in lane 5. Jack Meek from Mossman in lane 6. And our sole under 23 in this race, Zinc Bosco from UTS in lane 7. You can just see on the right-hand side of your picture, who does look to just be trailing behind the lightweight on the far side of the course, Remy Keats, who was a part of the double that took the famous first national title for Newcastle Rowing Club in about 13 years or something at last year's
alongside Ben Homer.
No, so he was in the double with Jack Hanley in the open double, and then he backed it up and got a silver or a bronze with Ben Homer in the club double on Sunday. Both events were very emotional for the Newcastle Rowing Club, and it's a very emotional call for Ben Homer in the open men's double. It even made the local news in Newcastle, that call. But another member of that Penrith Cup squad is Remy Keats.
And Zinc Bosco likewise has been there and thereabouts in the squad for the past couple of years as well, pulling on the New South Wales Zudi I think once before. So Keats is on the far side in lane 3, Bosco in lane 7. And yeah, it's a pretty tight margin at the moment between them. I think Keats has just got the advantage probably by half a length. And they're into the final 200 metres or so. And so there's going to be a lift required from Zinc Bosco in lane 7 from UTS if he's to dethrone Remy Keats.
Yeah, well, the conditions certainly encourage it. It's, I'd say it's a little calmer, a little flatter in this last 200 metres of the course or so. And quite have the headwind, so the boat will feel like it's lifting up out of the water. So it'll really encourage you to give it a crack. Remy Keats is having a crack here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's lifted his rate of striking for sure. I think he's just twisting the knife now in the final stage of this race. Remy Keats of Newcastle Rowing Club. I think Bosco's just dropped his rate of striking a little bit. And attacking the water quite fiercely. Remy Keats, it's a win for Newcastle Rowing Club out of lane 3. Second place going the way of Bosco from UTS Rowing Club. Third place will go to the Mossman sculler, Jack Meek, who's finishing strong indeed and putting his single scull through the gears. He claims third place. Fourth place.
Really having a crack.
Fourth place to Rocco Griffiths, also of Mossman Rowing Club. Fine tradition of lightweight rowing at Mossman Rowing Club, of course.
Not in some time, I don't think. Maybe not since Sean.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Maybe right.
And the final sculler to complete this race is be Jacob Cobley in lane 5 in the Endeavour colours. He's just a little bit back.
So we're well underway now, moving to some bigger boats. Race 61 on the course, women's A and B grade quad scull, with UTS in lane 3, Nepean in lane 4, UNSW in lane 5, and another UTS crew in lane 6. And to my eye, it looks fairly level pegging between the two UTS crews at the head of the field. Crew on the far side is Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Hannah Alexander, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Mannins. I think that crew entirely, or at least 3/4, ex-St Catherine's girls. And then the UTS crew on the near side of the course is Sarah Berritry, Sienna Huon, Madeline Hardy, and Grace Burke, who look to maybe just be, as they come through the 1500, I'll actually be able to tell you, maybe not quite level pegging as I said before. Maybe a good couple lengths in that one. And then back to
Nepean in lane 4.
Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Yep. All the colours confusing me for a second there. Nepean Rowing Club. Bitty Young, Jess Harris, Sophia White, Lauren Ellie Taylor, and UNSW's Helen Frith, Annabelle Singh, Samantha Backler, and Annabelle Fuller, rounding out this A and B grade quad race. The wind just maybe swinging around a little bit as we progress through this afternoon. Certainly nothing catastrophic as we've experienced recently, but maybe the far lanes now maybe copping a little bit more of that cross head, cross tail, whatever you want to call it, a little bit more exposed.
Yes.
On that southern side of the course.
Weather causing all sorts of strife for our Rowing New South Wales regattas out here lately. Of course, significant curtailing of this afternoon's program. But for the moment, his women's AB quad scull event is unencumbered, and it's looking as though the win will go the way of UTS Rowing Club in lane 3. Rupnick Arupnik, Williams, Alexander, Baker, and Mannins, coached by Sam Fennessy. And that is a very tidy-looking performance indeed from UTS in lane 3.
Good example of quads rowing. Just
Yes,
nice and
indeed.
short around the finish, punchy at the front.
Second place goes to UTS in lane 6, Berkery, Huon, Hardy, and Burke. And third place to Nepean Rowing Club, Vita Young, Jessica Harris, Sophia Whitelaw, and Ellie Taylor. And fourth place will go the way of the University of New South Wales, Helen Frith, Annabelle Singh, Samantha Backler, and Annabelle Fuller.
So a slight little break in proceedings up next as we have our rescheduled afternoon. Next race scheduled to start, we're a little bit behind, so it's not as long a break, but scheduled to start at 1:27 p.m. The men's open and lightweight double sculls, which that short break I think will please Rebby Keats and Nick Mather, who are due to start at this race and only came down the course not 10 minutes ago. So be a quick little turnaround for them.
Certainly as the mercury creeps up to 38 degrees, encourage everyone to stay hydrated and cool and in the shade to the extent possible. So
actually, for almost all of the scullers that we've seen come down since the lunch break, they are back in action in the double.
Particularly for those scullers, yes.
Let's see how that plays out. I think Just a quick announcement, if your race has been cancelled, can you please make sure your bow number ends up back at the finish tower as soon as possible, please. So again, if your race is cancelled, or for that matter, if you've raced today and you don't, well, if you've already raced and you still have a bow number, please bring your bow number back to the finish tower as soon as you can.
Well, Chris, we've got race 67 lining up at the starting blocks down the far end of the competition lake. It's the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull. A couple of scratchings out of this event, of course, owing to the likely owing to the heat and to the way that the draw has had to have been rejigged.
Yeah, a tight turnaround between the singles and this, which has left most of the competitors in this race probably just left a little bit rushed. And I mean, technically, supposed to have 2 hours between a race when we're at level 3 heat alerts, which we're at the moment. So it's probably a good decision by all those involved not to be here. But some intra-club rivalry on the line here between Thomas Jackson and Edwin Fang in the lightweight double closest to the camera there on the right-hand side. And Robbie Ireland and Anthony Ball also from RNSW in the open weight double scull. And doesn't look like the heat's phasing either of these two crews. That was an aggressive start.
Yeah. Yeah, really strong start from both of those UNSW crews. And as you say, Chris, one crew is open weight, lane 4, that's Ireland and Ball, and one crew is lightweight crew, that's Jackson and Fang. So both crews going out like bats out of hell.
Yep. Which, I don't know, it's the strategy I'd be playing at in a bit of a headwind like this with...
in 38 degrees.
38 degrees, especially for a lightweight crew. You just know that, you know, spending all your bickies early in the race probably isn't going to yield that much of an advantage compared to pacing things well and pouncing in the championship quarter.
Looking like a pretty tasty little competition though, Chris, developing out here on the course, 250 metres down, and Fang and Jackson in lane 6, the lightweight crew. I think they're the ones who are narrowly in the lead ahead of Ireland and Ball in lane 4.
Yeah, look, I think as well that both of these crews, despite being different weight categories, they'll be rowing and training in the same squad. So you've got to think they're probably going to race similarly. They're probably going to have trained in a very similar fashion, a similar amount. They're probably going to have similar fitness levels. So if we do see a spectacular explosion, it'll probably come from both of them at the same time.
Well, he is hoping.
But it is the lighties. Oh no, it was a race to the 500. They've just backed off at the 500. Oh, they've backed right off at the 500. It's just a 500-metre race. Okay, so let's see if we get a couple of 500-metre races here. 1-0 to the lighties. Thomas Jackson and Edwin Fang, they win round 1. I saw a few giggles and laughs on the start line there as they were looking around figuring out where everyone was. And so they've backed right off now. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone in the timing huts to verify that they won to the 500, so I'm sure there'll be some conjecture about that in the club room later on.
Yeah, well, it's certainly ferocious starts by both crews in these conditions.
It's not like they've brought it down that much as well. They're still going to be hurting. But if they are going to go again for another round, well, I don't think the umpire is going to be particularly impressed by that because you are meant to have a... I can't remember what the wording is, but you're meant to try, basically. And although they were trying, I don't think they are anymore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're just cruising now, boys. All right, I reckon we're going to see another race here from the K. Does that look like two building crews to you, Michael? Oh, mate, they're right next to each other. Okay, maybe from the 500 onwards.
Well, they're both neck and neck at this stage, and as you say, Chris, neither of them look as though they're spending as many biscuits as you otherwise would be spending at the midpoint of a race.
Yeah, look, I think if I've paid my entry fees and I've come out here to race in the heat, I think I'm going to maybe give it a bit of a crack. And I also think I wouldn't be, if there is a gentleman's agreement to race from the 1500 home, I wouldn't be sticking to my word. Those mugs are pretty sweet. Rowing New South Wales mugs for the winners of the Reindeer Regatta. So, but equally, I'll put the same amount of effort into commentating this race as they're putting into racing it. Feel free to let us know, ladies and gentlemen, your thoughts on any of the racing. Head over to the Rowing New South Wales social media page. Up in the Instagram stories, there is a little questions box. You can feed us your questions up here in the commentary box, or let us know what you reckon about the racing. Who you reckon's going to win in this intra-club battle from UNSW. If you're a UNSW member watching back from the clubhouse at Tarban Creek, let us know who you're cheering for. Right, we're almost through the 1500 now. The umpire's still got his megaphone up. I reckon not too impressed. Here we go. Here we go. We're up and racing again. The open and lightweight double sculls, UNSW versus UNSW. Far side, Robbie Island, Anthony Ball. Oh, they've done a pretty good job of lining themselves up there. And that's better than most free starts that we have. Thomas Jackson, Edwin Fang, the lighties on this side. They got the first win to the 500. See some UNSW crowds hanging around the grandstand, eagerly watching on with anticipation. I reckon the open weights have got this one. I reckon they're up. About 300 metres left to row.
Yeah, they do look as though they're up at this stage, Island and Ball. But was the lighties took the advantage early on in the race. But, perhaps they've spent too much energy on that first 500 metre effort, which was an impressive.
Oh, it certainly was. Took us by surprise.
Absolutely,
didn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it does look as though it's Island and Ball just lengthening out and establishing a little bit of a lead here, and now over Jackson and Fang, who look as though they've just run out of steam a little bit in the final 200 metres of the race.
What do you reckon, Michael? You reckon we're going to see a couple of celebrations here at the finish line?
I would have thought plenty of bragging rights on the line here, Chris.
I'd almost bet money we see some splashing of water at the finish line here.
Yeah.
So it is in this second effort, Robbie Island and Anthony Ball from UNSW, who will take the win over their club mates, Thomas Jackson and Edwin Fang, after two little 500 metre efforts. Umpire doesn't mind. White flag raised. It is a legal effort. Have been instances of that being done in the past that have resulted in crews being not judged. So at your own peril, would you waste your entry fee? But looked like they had fun out there.
And, back out on the course, Chris, race 68 appears as though it is underway. It's the women's open lightweight under 23 single scull and a couple of scratchings.
So over in lane 2, Steph Preller from Sydney Uni has scratched. Most of the Sydney Uni girls scratching from this one. Not all, but most. Georgina Browning from the University of New South Wales in lane 3. Saw her rowing in one of the very first races of the day, I believe, in the para single scull. We did. So it's the second 2K effort today. Tiff Botha in lane 4 has scratched. Olivia Natty in lane 5 from Sydney Uni. Junji Shi from University of New South Wales in lane 6, and then Elia Heravel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 7. I would expect to be seeing Olivia Natty up at the pointy end of this field.
Yes, and Osborne with some experience under her belt at this stage of her career. Queenwood alumnus.
Indeed.
And there she is in lane 5, Olivia Natty in the Sydney University Boat Club colours. Looking very tidy indeed at the front of the pack. Relatively unbothered by just the whisper of wind that's creeping down over the competition lake.
Yeah, it's certainly not too bad out there. It's not great, but it'll definitely make a difference at times and how you go about the race, but it's probably not the be-all and end-all. I'd probably say right in the middle of the course, she's probably not getting the full brunt of it. It's kind of blowing slightly from the south at the moment.
Of course, the objective, or one of the objectives at this stage of the season as well, Chris, is just particularly for the high performance and under 23 athletes, just to get some runs on the board early on after some months off and or some months of, I suppose, keeping away from circ and from other competition venues. And there's 2K ergos happen back at the boat clubs, and it's just important to get some runs on the board in terms of small boat racing, and really aren't that many opportunities to race a 2K single scull in the calendar year, particularly at the Regatta Centre. So these really are important opportunities for the athletes to test themselves against the competition, but of course just to see what they can do, having regard to the conditions and their own personal best times and this kind of thing. And it'll be important. And Olivia Natty making the best of things.
Yeah, we've only really got this weekend, small boats, state champs, Sydney Rowing Club Regatta. That's kind of it, really, for your main shots in a single from a high performance sort of standpoint. And realistically, most people are only going to do 2 or 3 of those, not all 4, before nationals or before underage or senior team trials, which is the underage team getting selected out of the national time trial next week, correct? That'll involve some time spent out here. The under 23 team at least, not the junior team. There's not too much, hasn't been too much thick and fast action really to bring you in this first division of the Women's Open single, but I'm sure Olivia Natty will disagree with us and say that it's certainly probably feels a little bit more hectic out there between the heat and that breath of wind, but she has certainly distanced herself from her nearest competition, and she will take her final couple of strokes across the line to take out this Open single scull race here at the Reindeer Regatta.
Looking very tidy doing so as well, Chris. Congratulations to Olivia Natty and Sydney Uni Boat Club. Coming into the final 150 metres or so, or 50 metres I should say, of the race, Georgina Browning of the University of New South Wales. Just putting her scull through the gears in the final couple of strokes. She claims second place. And this race is now rather spread out. In lane 6. In lane 7, I should say, it's Alia Herival of the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And a relatively gentle rate of striking now coming into the final strokes of her race. Comfortably in front of Junji Shi of UNSW. So Herival's claims third place, followed by Shi, who, barring disaster, will claim fourth place.
And then now our next race is almost on top of us already. So we've had a consolidation of race 69, which means we've lost even more of one of our 10 races left. And it's like we might have something to say about the next race after that as well. But so we'll move on to Women's Open and Under 23 pairs. One Open and one Under 23 pair, and it's a cracking race that it's shaping up to be.
It is.
April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecroft from UTS on the far side of the course. They're the Open pair, coached by Sam Fennessy. And then Sydney Uni's Alyssa Fickers and Alex O'Brien, coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett on the near side of the course. They're under 23s, are racing in the 23 age division. I think all these girls are under 23 though.
Well, this one's got us on our feet. It's a cracking race.
It has literally got us on our feet, mainly because we were maybe just relaxing a little bit before. But yeah, UTS leading from Sydney Uni, only just. Certainly in some trickier conditions, anything could happen in the last few strokes. April Draney and Imogen Wollstonecroft leading. This Fickers and Alex O'Brien throwing everything at it. Maybe just doing a little bit of steering in the last few strokes there. It might have just hampered their progress. I think UTS will hang on to it, Michael.
Yeah, I think they will. That Sydney University crew just trying to lift the rate of striking, but UTS, Draney and Wollstonecroft claim the win narrowly ahead of Sydney University. Great race and great effort in those conditions. You could tell that Sydney University crew is really just throwing everything at the UTS crew in those final couple of strokes, but the boat run was just a little bit stunted as they did that. Of course, on the skills in sculling and sweep or rowing alike is just the ability to increase the force through the water without disrupting the rhythm, and yeah, just looked a little bit stunted from that Sydney University crew in the final couple of strokes, but congratulations to each crew on that race in these trying conditions too.
So I think what we're going to have next is we've got race 77 as non-event. And then we've got the Women's Open double scull with originally 3 entries, but 2 scratchings. So UTS, I think they're going to be on for another win here, Michael. What do you reckon? You reckon that's the betting man's favourite? Just the one crew on the water there. And this is our last race of the day. So we've lost the quad as well. I think we might have had both crews scratched out of the quad, and 2 out of 3 crews scratched out of the double. So Isabella Henderson, Charlotte Olivier in the double scull. Izzy Henderson making the most of travelling down here all the way from Armidale, where she lives. Seen her competing quite successfully for the Armidale School.
And a beautifully decorated double skull there from that UTS crew.
It's good to see the club crews getting amongst the decorations. The schools have had it all their own way for far too long here.
In the spirit of the Reindeer Regatta.
I've seen some great decorated boats today. We've seen Christmas trees on bows. Seen Santa's sleigh, the Coxes from Roseville. I think that probably takes it for me. Saw a Cox in a Santa costume, the Asker mate.
And the wind picking up just a little bit now, Chris, in this final race of the day.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just, you know, Mother Nature just thought we were getting towards the end of the day a little bit too quickly. Just slow things down a little bit.
Just see some ripples forming over the water, I should say, in front of the pontoon.
Just a reminder as we're packing up this afternoon, make sure that, I know it's hot, I know the finish hours are a very long way away, but please make sure that you get your bow numbers back to the finish line before you go. There is a fine for every single one that doesn't come back, so please make sure that they're back here. But before we do go, last race of the day about to cross the line.
That's right, Henderson and Olivier from UTS putting that double skull through the paces now. And looking tidy. Yeah. And into the finish go UTS, and they claim the win. Of course, unopposed, and they're really happy about it. Congratulations to UTS.
Big cheers. We love to see it.
High fives all around.
Look, those mugs are great. You keep them forever.
You do.
They're always good for an ice cream or another cold beverage. Powerade on a day like today. You keep them forever. It's worth doing the race just to get the mug.
Absolutely, and they did it in style. UTS Rowing Club with that fantastically decorated boat, unofficially in a time of 8 minutes 45, and does appear as though that's going to wrap up our proceedings this afternoon, Chris.
That is going to do us. Thank you everyone for joining us on the live stream and for bearing with us amid cancellations out here this afternoon. Big thank you to all our boat race officials, our volunteers in the timing huts, and to the Row New South Wales staff. And a big thank you to you, Michael McRae, for coming all the way out here for 8 races. I apologise, this is the second week in a row that has happened. We'll make sure that you can do the early morning shift for Small Boats Regatta next year.
We can't control the weather, but we have a good time when we come out here every time that we do. So no, thank you, Chris, as well, and thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you out here at the next Rowing New South Wales Regatta in the new year.
And a big thank you to everyone who sent a message in on the Rowing New South Wales socials. That was a fun little experiment doing some talkback radio on the commentary. So appreciate that. And yeah, well, a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everyone. We'll see you at Small Boats at the end of January.
Bye for now.